Hey folks, first of all, I need to find out if people can hear me. If anybody's tuning in right now, I just need to know if people can hear me. We had a snafu of sorts. Tom, can you hear me? Can Amy Mac, can you hear me? Anybody that's joined, can you hear me? Just give me a thumbs up, give me something that says, hey, we can hear you. Just to make sure that everything's okay. People are hearing me. Good. Okay, so let me try this again. I'm gonna log back in and let's see if we can get Tom back on and see what. But we will get it. Okay.
All
Can
right.
you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you too.
Yeah.
That was
Houston.
that was fun. That was
We
like
have
a game
liftoff.
of I don't even know what to call that.
I
Charades for a minute there.
I think you were faking it.
Yeah.
I think you could talk the whole time.
I was whispering and giggling in the background the whole time. So let me switch my camera. So for anybody that's joining, just to give a heads up, we have Tom Booth on. We had a little audio problem, so we logged back in here, and Tom and I are going to be talking and drawing and whatnot. But let me switch my camera so I can get to my little downshoot and get it all set up. So I think what I asked before we got the audio side of things sort of interrupted was we were talking a little bit about sort of your history, and you had mentioned that you started out in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And then I asked you to pronounce water for me, so you could prove that you're actually from Philly.
It is pronounced water. I can confirm.
Okay, there you go.
Yep, it is. So
You went down to the Wawa.
I did go to the Wawa. I grew up on Shorty Hoagies and Tasty Cake and Peach Snapple. That was a big part of my youth.
How old were you when you moved out of there?
So right after college, so when I graduated, I moved to New York City, and I sort of started. See, this is the fun part. This is where you learn how to talk and draw at the same time.
Yep.
So I graduated and I moved to New York City, and I had a series of sort of my first job was like an internship at Nicktoons, which was sort of a total bizarre scenario because like it was sort of set up. I was introduced through friends from college, and just wasn't expecting there to be any kind of connection to the animation world. And like right out of the gate, kind of found myself working at a studio, but it was pretty short lived. And then like around like after that, I kind of through a series of jobs ended up at Scholastic, and I ended up working at Scholastic for over a decade, where I was working originally in the magazine division, and then I eventually moved on to a division called National Partnerships, which was almost like the advertising, wing of the company, if you will. And yeah, so that was sort of my reason for being in New York City was all my friends were there, and I was, I think, kind of interested in publishing. I was sort of drawn to that industry because it was something that I'd always really been a fan of since I was little. I had the opportunity to meet like Stephen Kellogg when I was little, and that kind of changed things a lot for me. And so so I was in New York City for about 15 years, a little over, and then just recently moved with my wife to Portland, Maine. So we're now in Maine full time. So I realize I'm jumping all over the place, in terms of story, but
Yeah.
So
Do you like Portland, Maine?
I love it. Yeah, we're really enjoying it. We're pretty new. We moved here in June 2020. Or 2022, and so we're still new to the whole, being Mainers thing, and we're technically from away, we're not official. So, but we are really loving it. Like people are incredibly friendly. The food here is amazing, and so far it's going really well. And we actually have our first little kid coming very soon, due May 6th. So it's going to be pretty wild to be new parents soon. So there's a lot going on.
One thing I have to, if I forget, you got to remind me. Do you know Scott Nash?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So Scott was one of the first people I reached out to because my agent encouraged me to, and so I reached out to Scott, and I know his wife Nancy. They're great. They've been really wonderful in terms of just like new friends,
Good.
and yeah, we're big fans of Scott and Nancy.
I was gonna say if you didn't know them, I was gonna sort of extend um, the what's the word I'm looking for? Not extend the invitation, but I would try to connect you because yeah, he is not that he's like this big known entity up in Portland, but he runs that illustration institute up there and has been so supportive of a lot of illustrators that are in that area.
Yeah, no, it's I haven't seen it yet. I've heard about it and seen some pictures, and it looks beautiful. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I know that the retreat is the part that I haven't kind of seen yet, but
Yeah,
yeah, everything that they're doing is really awesome. They're involved in so many things. So
yeah, I didn't realize. I knew that you were up in Maine, and I forgot that you were up in Portland because that's only like I want to guess like 2 hours max from us.
Oh wow,
somewhere in there.
Okay.
I mean, we're in New Hampshire,
Right.
So and sort of southern New Hampshire, and it's a matter of just we got it. Portsmouth is our easy go-to, but a little bit further up is Portland, and it's a pretty amazing town for sort of the arts community and whatnot. So
Yeah, no, we're really like it feels like it's a very creative place and again like we were kind of like we had decided we were ready to leave New York City and we were just looking for some place that had some of the comforts of that city. Like the food was a big one for us in Portland,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
Um and yeah, so we've just really been, and especially now that the weather is getting nicer, it's like it completely transforms. It's like
yeah. You're not under a blanket of snow all the
yeah.
time.
No, I mean, winter is my favorite season, but we've also had like a fair amount of just like our fill with like cold weather recently. Because I don't know, I shared it on my Instagram a little while back, but like we had a pretty hectic year last year with a burst pipe and like being forced out of our apartment,
Yeah,
and it was a lot. So we're we're very grateful to be in a place that's at least dry and warm, and or getting warmer, I should say.
yeah.
So.
It's it is a lovely town for anybody that has never been. If you're into sort of the arts uh, and that like sort of still small enough that it's sort of classic New England. Like it's a big New England town. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's like technically a city, but it feels like a small town.
Yeah. You can drive through the city in a matter of like 3 minutes.
Yep.
Kind of situation.
Yep.
But so tell me, I see lots of people sort of poking in and asking about sort of the start into some of uh, the world of concept art and sort of that transition and finding yourself in these situations when you're in New York. Was there a not that there's a magic trick that you got to just pull and all of a sudden everything falls into place, but what kind of start did you have? Was it something that was sort of tricky to navigate? Was it something that just felt like it was natural right off the bat?
It was magic, Mark. I'm a magician, and I just snapped my fingers, and all of a sudden those opportunities fell in my lap. No, I mean, like I said, I worked at Scholastic for 11 years, you know, and
Yeah.
and during that time I was refining my skill, and kind of like around that same time, like social media was becoming like a place for me to really just to kind of like connect with other people who were doing creative things, because I didn't, it's hard to be like an illustrator, I guess, and like you can't like walk up to people in a coffee shop and be like, "Do you want to be friends?" And like
Yeah.
it doesn't really work out.
You can,
So
yeah. But
yeah, you can,
yeah,
it doesn't
you get the
usually
police
work,
after you.
but yeah, so I was sort of like Instagram became this platform in a way, and I was able to kind of get feedback on the work that I was making and just kind of always working at it, and not really with much of an agenda in mind. It was more just like fun, and I think maybe that's why the work that I was making drew at least a little bit of an audience. And then a lot of it had to do with kind of just connecting with those people, you know, and over time, just always practicing, always trying to get better, always thinking about like, how could I make whatever it is that I was working on have maybe a little bit of a story to it.
Yeah.
You know, and I think because I didn't have any expectations and I wasn't necessarily spending a ton of time seeking out that work, I got really lucky because the way I ended up getting into character design was I was approached by some studios to do that work, and I think it was because maybe they had seen me on social media. So, but it was, you know, I still put in a ton of time of practicing for that to
Yeah.
happen. So I think that that's a thing I try and always remind people who ask me about it. You know, how does it come to be? And it's just like, well, you know, a huge amount of it is luck, um, and a lot of it is just being as prepared as you can be when, if and when you end up meeting somebody who might know somebody, or um, you know, reach out to somebody and say, look, this is something that I'm interested in doing. Like, that's easy enough, but like, you actually have to have the work to show that you're ready to do that kind of a job, I
Yeah, you
guess.
can't rest on your laurels, is
Yeah,
sit back and expect it to fall in your lap. Is
right.
it now with that idea of you said that um, you know, you felt lucky, but there obviously is that challenge of you know, luck doesn't just, in my opinion, luck doesn't happen. You have to get yourself in the place where luck would be in a way. Like you had mentioned, like you had to do all the work, the hard work ahead of time, and you had to put in the hours essentially to get yourself there. But one of the things that you mentioned was the idea of having fun
Yeah.
with what you were doing. And you said, and probably I may be misquoting or paraphrasing here, but it sounded like you were implying that if you weren't having fun, maybe it wouldn't connect in the same way that you're sort of, or that it would not be as relevant to people because it didn't feel like it was fun. Um, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, I think,
paraphrasing?
I mean, I think people, you know, there's a connection. I think that if, you know, often like anytime anyone makes an image, like it's an opportunity to connect with the person who's making the image. So if the person is like making something really silly and fun and you can kind of see that there's some energy to it, you can maybe infer that like that was something that the person really had to get down quickly because they were having such a good time with the idea. I mean,
Yeah.
that's trying to like break it down maybe a little bit too much, but yeah, I do think that people can tell. It's almost like they can sense the intent behind something. So if your intent is genuine, I guess, then they're going to pick up on whatever that emotion is or whatever the emotion behind it
Yeah.
is. So I think that that's a good thing to think about is, you know, it's one thing to make something that's pretty. It's another thing to make something that is somehow meaningful or says something or reveals a little bit about yourself or something like that. You know, I think anytime I see like a personal project by someone, I tend to get excited because I feel like I'm getting to know that person. So
That makes sense. Is there now? You know, you mentioned the idea of or the word fun in that statement, or you know, whether it be fun or having a good time, or even for some people, fun is actually stressful, but a good stress because you know you're being challenged or what have you. Is what actually equates to fun when you're working? Is it is it the finished product? Is it the search? Is it the you know the something silly that just comes out of it?
uh,
Is there some sort of like formula or results you can look at and go like that's the fun part for you?
I would say maybe like the simplifying of the idea. So let's say you have an idea that you're excited about, and uh, you know, there are so many different interpretations of what that drawing could be or what that idea could be.
Yeah.
And I guess like finding the one that gets to the point the fastest, and sort of gets rid of the extraneous is fun, you know, because you're kind of um, it's maybe similar to writing in that regard, where it's like if you can say something with just a few words, it sometimes it's often more compelling than if you were to write something very lengthy.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of what's the drawing version of that, you know, like how can you simplify something?
Do you like the edit phase then, just in
Uh,
general?
yes and no. I mean, it's like uh, there's always that annoying part in any project where it's like you've kind of gone down the road a certain amount in terms of the making of the thing, um, and then at some point you get an idea that you like better,
Yeah.
and you look at the amount of work that it's going to take to make that switch, and you start to question why you put yourself in that position in the first place.
That's that's always halfway into a book for me. That's that
Yeah,
moment where I'm like, why did I choose to make this character have, you know, a crazy wacky beard or whatever it may be? It's always like some adornment that is not necessary whatsoever
yeah,
for the story that I screw myself over with.
yeah.
Uh,
It's so I think it's like it's self-inflicted torture to a certain degree to like, especially if you like detail, you know,
yep.
and like and you're maybe a stickler for like certain poses and that kind of thing to really kind of get your ideas across. Um, so yeah.
Speaking on that, is there something in your process that you wish you didn't do regularly? Like if you had to think like, you know, the idea of poses, or if you're really particular. I'm someone who, like, when I work, I tend to be a little bit OCD to the point wherein not on everything, but like I tend to follow the rules, and if I set up too many rules at the beginning, I feel like I'm, you know, just walking the fine line of, well, I gotta plug in this color here because that's what I have to do, and there's no play.
Right.
And so, like, even though I may try to make a project really loose and fun, I always fall back into that pocket of like, it becomes a process.
Yeah.
But is there something that you always sort of struggle with in that sense of uh, that trap that you always set for yourself?
Yeah. I think my challenge is I think I overwork things quite a bit. You know, like you kind of remove the life of the drawing
Yeah.
the more you spend time with it, and like I think I'm guilty of that more often than not. So that's the tricky part, and it's like um, recently, you know, I have a project that my wife and I actually sold our first children's book together.
Oh,
It's her first book as author, and I'll be illustrating it. Um, and when we were like first just having fun with it again, it was that thing. It was fun. We were just sort of joking with each other, and then this story kind of formed around that. And and so, you know, I did this one sketch that I think is among the stronger sketches going into the book, but in large part because um, it was just like not. I wasn't intending for it to be the final art that would go into the book. You know, so I went into it just kind of being like, this is just going to be an idea that I get down.
yeah.
And then I'll go and do the real drawing later. And now it's like, okay, how can I replicate that process? Because I really like the energy in that image. And so the problem that I encounter is like when I do go back to either redo something or if I want to try and like expand on something, then I put the pressure on myself to sort of be like, all right, you did it, you know, that first drawing has a lot of energy to it. You got to sort of redo that. And that's just never easy. It
Yeah.
never works out that way.
Yeah. It's always, I mean, I think that's true for almost any type of artist. Your first sketch is always like the most exciting, or rather, the sketch always ends up being, in my way, sometimes better than the finishes.
Right.
Uh, because it is loose and there's no like steadfast rule of how it has to look in the end. So it can be just a scribble and totally come across. So wait, you gotta fill me in, because I've told my wife at some point she should write a children's book and try to, because she knows probably more about stories than I do,
Yeah.
because she reads more than I do. But what is your wife someone who wanted to be in the kidlit world, or is that a sort of fell into it because you're in this world?
I think it was the latter. I mean, she didn't have. I mean, she is a writer,
Oh, okay, okay.
and she writes for work, but then also is has her own stories. More often than not, they're short stories, but they weren't usually for kids.
Yeah.
So this is definitely like her kind of stepping out of her comfort zone a little bit. And she did an extraordinary job. Like I'm extremely excited for the book that we're making together because she just writes a lot better than I ever could. Um, and the pressure is off in that regard a little bit. But so it's going to be interesting because she is very new to it. I think she's excited about it. But to answer your question, it was not like she intended to
Yeah.
do it. It was sort of like we have this really silly idea, you know, and we shared it with my agent, and now he's her agent, and it sort of happened pretty quickly. So really fun, and yeah.
Is
So
it? Do you feel? I'm turning up the heat on you here. Do you feel more pressure because you wrote, or that your wife wrote this one, than what you would if it was some rando off the street that sent a story over?
yeah, yeah, I think so because we both have to live with it,
Yeah.
and then we both have to live with me depending on how well I do. Um, so yeah, I think like I mean she's I think the pressure is on because it's like I think it's like the idea is good enough and she showed up and did her job,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
did it quite well if I do say so myself. So it's like now I'm like, okay, like I'm the one who could potentially fumble this if I'm not
If
careful. So
you screw it up, you're sleeping on the couch, sort of.
right, exactly.
Because it's one of those dynamics like you hear about every once in a while. And I don't think for those that are listening, like it's not very common for someone to go and say like, hey, I want to work with my partner on this, because a lot of times it's either different agents, or it's like there's all sorts of reasons why it can be challenging in the industry to do something like that. But then when it does, it must create just a totally different dynamic than what most people expect, or like I guess there are artists and authors that pair up quite often and do work together, but I feel like it's such an interesting combination when it is a loved one that is there because of like any mistake, or you have to be careful, like you can't just critique without like I mean or worry about will you offend someone that you have to live with. So I'll put it this way: more power to you.
Thank you.
Let's. I don't want to scare you.
No.
As I was saying,
I live in fear
no.
anyway, so it's fine. It's like that's my natural state. But yeah, no, it's I think we're just gonna have fun with it. I think we're just excited to and the other thing too is like we're so focused on having a baby that it's just like,
Yeah.
as long as he's alive at the end of all of this, then so
How far are you out from the due date?
May 6th. So
Oh shoot, that's right around the corner.
yeah.
That could be
So
if you have to cancel the night here and you got to go running. You go do that.
no, she'll be fine. She'll take care of herself. It'll be. I don't think she needs
She
me. So
she can walk there if need
yeah.
be. Yeah,
It's probably actually better if I'm not there. Just I'd probably fumble some sort of medical device and there'd be some sort of disaster. So
it is. I imagine like I don't think I was going through any sort of book stuff at the time when my wife was pregnant. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to do the math. No, I wasn't. So I didn't have the pressure to come along with it. But I imagine that is it's got to be an interesting sort of like turning on your mental state to be able to handle a project and also deal with all the life things, because it's a crazy time when you're prepping for a kid.
yeah.
There's not a nice serene moment. You're buying everything under the sun, trying to prep, not knowing what you actually need, and it's a crazy time. But I am admittedly jealous of that situation because I I absolutely adore babies now. And like, there's something about seeing a little baby or a little kid where when I was little, I didn't have that like little brother or little sister or anything of the sort, or little cousins around. And so like to see babies now, I'm like, they're the most sweet things in the world, and I just want to hang out with them at all times. It's probably not the greatest thing to say as an older white male. That's a cisgendered white male is like, I like little babies.
Right.
But I do think that there's nothing can beat like a little baby giggle and those heartfelt moments.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about it. It's hard to not get excited whenever we walk around and like see somebody with like a stroller or something like that. It's like, and then we just end up leering at them and taking notes, and we usually hide in the bushes. And so, you know, it's a team effort. So,
I realize I've gone up to adults that have kids, and I talk to the kid before I talk to the adult, which is not a smart move either.
Right.
But like I have a friend at work who had his new little daughter in, and I was like waving to the daughter, trying to get her to giggle and whatnot before I ever talked to the person that I knew. And you know, to an outsider, that would Creepsville right there. Is there, I mean, with one of the challenges of being in kidlit is trying to figure out how to relate to kids and how to write for kids and that side of it. Do you feel like, and obviously it hasn't happened yet, but do you feel like it's going to give you a different perspective?
I do. I think, I mean, I'm pretty childish, you know, on my own, but like I also am not somebody, I don't have the best memory in the world. And so like anytime anyone says something like, I remember when I was a kid and X, you know, and I just was like, well, I don't really, I don't have the best memory. So I'm looking forward to seeing this like mini half me running around and like, and kind of like hope, you know, maybe making some similar mistakes that I made when I was a kid, and just sort of like almost seeing my experience again. Not obviously the exact same, but just sort of somewhat familiar. But at the same time, it's like, I also don't know what to expect. Like when you were about to become a parent, you know, did you have really, how did you feel? Did you feel ready? I mean, did you feel, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
not at all. And I don't think you can ever be ready for it. Like, have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
No, I've heard very good things though. I haven't seen it yet.
At the beginning of it, the gist of it is the people who are like really worried about making sure that they're stable and whatnot before they have kids end up not having kids, and the people who are not stable and don't care about it end up having lots of kids, and that's why the world gets dumber and dumber throughout time.
Okay.
That's the plot of the movie, basically.
Got it.
The setup to the movie, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And I just don't think you can ever be prepared for any of it. It's all a gamble, and it's all figuring stuff out on the fly.
Yeah.
And I thought I knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I realized actually what came from it was me realizing that no matter who it is, they weren't prepared to have kids.
Yep.
You know, like my parents, I asked them at one point, I said, like, did you think you had everything like together when you had me? And did you know what you were doing? And they said yes. But I don't believe it one bit. I mean, I was the second kid, so maybe they had it together better than a first kid, but still, I don't. With you'll have a built-in audience for all the books and stuff that you work on.
Yeah,
and like
I'm pretty excited about that, to be honest. Like, you know, it's because a lot of my ideas are bad ones, you know, and to have an extra filter, like my wife helps a lot. You know, I'll run into the room enthusiastically, and I have usually like anywhere from 3 to 5 jokes, and maybe one of those is good, or at least decent. And so I think the more critics I have in my life, the better. And I've heard, or I haven't heard, I know kids are pretty brutal in terms of their honesty. I just did a school event, and there was this girl in 2nd grade, and I'd gotten through 3 presentations. It was like 160 kids, 3 different presentations, and this little girl is all the way at the back, and she raises her hand, and at this point, I've done pretty well. You know, I feel like I'm gonna get out of this one. You know, they think that I actually know what I'm doing. Um, and she raised her hand and she said, "Can I be honest with you?" Was the first
Oh,
thing that she said, and I
uh-oh.
was like, "Oh, geez." So, and she said, "Those early drawings you made, like," and she was referring to some drawings that I made when I was 5, which I
Yeah.
included in the presentation to show how much I had, where I started, basically.
Yeah.
And she just like did the Roman emperor thumbs down. Um, and just like in front of the whole class. And it was like I was starting to have flashbacks about being a kid and just being like, "You're not good enough." No, but anyway, um, and it ended up being a really good conversation because I talked to her about like, is it about being is it a bad drawing, or maybe you want the drawings you have, you want you want to get better,
Yeah.
and it's not, it's just where you're at right now. Trying to sort of disillusion that idea of like bad drawings and you should stop. You're not talented enough or any of that crap. It's all practice. So
Did the teachers jump in real quickly?
no, they left me hanging. They let me sit. And I
So
felt like,
listen, famous boy.
yeah, they just, yeah, no, I mean, I think they were great. They really did sort of get the class more involved, the classes more involved, and it was a really good visit in the end. It was just really funny because it's like right when you think that like you're really kind of reaching kids and maybe making a difference and inspiring them and everything like that, one of them just like basically just tells you to your face like, yeah, I don't think you should be doing what you're doing. I think you
That's
might want to give insurance a try.
the best of that is just the thumbs down, like not even giving you the time of day to explain why. Just
No.
you are not good enough for even a word to
Yeah.
explain what is
Yeah.
what's there. But
This this is how your work makes me feel, and I'm going to show. And yeah, so anyway, that was
the school visits are super entertaining, but also like probably I feel like one of the more stressful parts of the job. And not everybody has to do school visits, but just that idea of like I feel like the pressure is on to entertain and to impress, even though like in reality, like none of that matters. The kids are not there to be like, oh, I need to be entertained for the hour or however long you're doing it. But I still just feel like there's this inherent pressure that I put on myself that I need to make sure they have a good time. And if I didn't do that, then I'm going to be, flayed on the way out the door
right.
by a bunch of 6-year-olds or however old they are at the time. Um, do you get out to school visits often?
This one, the one I did recently was the first one I'd done in a while, so I haven't been doing them a ton. So no, I would say not a ton recently.
Yeah.
But they are, as much as I get stressed out about doing them. They are fun, and it is really special to connect with the students. And
Were
um,
were you in a classroom or was that like a big?
it was like a library. It was the library at this school.
That's
So
that's the. I feel like you can get away with a little bit more in a auditorium because you're not like face to face with the students, and so
right,
you don't see the disappointment in their eyes
right,
the same way you do if you're like in a classroom and they're all huddled around you.
right.
Um, but is there with the game side of things, now that you're sort of shifting into that, was it hard for you to sort of shift gears in your head of your audience and how to sort of connect with it? Because you've been doing the kid stuff for a
Yeah.
while, and obviously, does Pine have an age?
Not really. It's not, I guess, inappropriate for any age group, but it is definitely, I think, for
Yeah.
I would say like older teenagers would be a good place to start, maybe. And yeah, like I think I would actually probably relate. One of the ways we've sort of thought about it and even described it is that it's kind of like a graphic novel you can play.
Yep.
Um, So it's very similar to, having that very, graphic novel like story, but just with the ability to interact with characters and hopefully by doing that get like a little bit closer to the characters. So I would say, yeah, like it's not inappropriate for anyone in particular, but it is definitely, I think, an older audience than I usually create for.
Yeah, yeah. Was it hard to wrap your head into the storytelling techniques, or was it something that I mean, essentially there's generally like a plot A and a plot B, or there's the three act sort of story. Was it similar, or is it, I mean, obviously it's interactive, so there is some sort of element of it can wander a little bit, maybe more so than what you do in a book, but was there a sense from you that it was similar, or was it drastically different in how you approached it?
Drastically different in the sense that like I had to learn tools that I had no experience with, really. Learning a game engine, really kind of doing a lot more animation than I've ever really done
Yeah.
before. Understanding how just like a game fits together. And there's still so much of it it escapes me, and that's why I have Najati there, who's usually the one who's explaining things to me. But it's a remarkably complex thing, because not only are you building every piece, you know, it's sort of how you have to give up that control so early on in the process, and so that's a big shift from the work that I'm used to doing,
Yeah.
which is, again, it's like you're giving up control by working. I shouldn't say that. You're sharing the responsibility of making a good book, let's say, if it's a picture book, by collaborating with an art director and an editor and a team of people who are dedicated to making the best version of that book possible. I think with a game, it's like when you're dealing with this outside variable, which is the player, like it makes the whole thing a lot harder to predict. And so you have to create kind of fail safes throughout, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes I mean, what engine are you using?
Unity.
Unity. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't used a lot of the engines, but I've seen a lot of them. We have a game contingency at the school that I teach at, and so there's a lot of folks that use Unity, or use I think a lot of them switch to Unreal Engine at this point, but fundamentally sort of similar. I mean, they're a little bit different in the way that they operate, but just the fundamentally, like the storytelling and the structure that you have to build for people to navigate a interactive story is going to be fundamentally similar between all of them. I saw people asking about, someone asked, how many school visits do you do normally? Like you said, you haven't done them in a while, but are you someone that goes out and does that on the regular, or is that something wherein do you do them in batches? What's the setup for that?
No, I haven't really done a ton of them. I think I did them more often back when I was sort of getting started out in children's books. But I think since the pandemic, like things definitely kind of changed in that regard.
Yeah.
So it's I don't do them as frequently. So I mean, I think I would. So to answer the question, no, it's not really a something that I've done a ton of. Like I have all of the presentations and everything for it, but I just haven't really gone out and used them that much. So
was that stuff that you did down in New York more? And I mean, like the challenge of New England and being up here is stuff is spread out a little bit more than what you would get in New York.
yeah.
But, so schools are smaller, and there isn't as much option, or as many options rather.
Yeah.
Way up in this neck of the woods. So it's
Yeah, I think like always interested. And I think it's going to be hopefully something that, like, when the book that my wife and I are making comes out, like, hopefully that's something we can do together. So when I start to get nervous, I can just be like, "Hey kids, look at this," and just like push her out behind the curtain from behind, and just be like, "Look at her, talk to her,"
You want to learn about the story? Here
Yeah, yeah.
you, yeah.
Um, so
You
I
start with the
definitely,
thumbs down. You can go like, "My time is done here."
yeah,
Or like,
exactly,
out the other
yeah,
special guest.
yeah, exactly. No, I think that would be a lot of fun. I would love to do that
Yeah.
with her. So,
It is a wild experience, and I like, for those that have never done it, it is a very interesting thing just to be in front of a bunch of kids, and each school is wildly different in sort of like the how they operate. I mean, obviously there's like, they want you to get up and talk to the kids. That's pretty straightforward, but like the way that they quiet the kids down sometimes is different. The way that the kids all sit can be different. The space, like all those things can make such a difference in how you interact with them. Is there with the game side of things, have you had to do similar, like, obviously the trailer has come out, but is there promotions and things that you've had to start doing for it?
yeah, we're actually
Is
going to start doing. I can't speak in
Oh, yeah, okay.
to what those are, but yeah, the idea is that there will be opportunities um, to talk about the making of the game, and how we did certain things and why we did certain things. So that is part of the plan, but we haven't gotten quite that far yet in terms of like announcements and stuff.
Gotcha,
So
gotcha. It's it's one where you're not going to go out on the road to little kids in a
no,
gymnasium or in the library and go, "Hey, I got a
we're
story for you."
we're going to like Woodworkers Anonymous, and we're gonna, yeah.
How much?
So
Wait, did you have to learn about? Uh,
no, I know where you're going with this, and no, I don't know how to like actually do woodworking.
yeah,
I can, it's the it was that was not a fortunately not a skill I had to develop.
yeah,
YouTube has a lot of references of how to
yeah.
actually
Top things.
be handy in the real world. So I was watching a lot of those.
I mean, you could take classes on it and do it as a write-off on taxes.
I could, yeah. I mean, it would be nice I mean, it seems therapeutic, but I mean, my thing is like, and this is definitely somewhat problematic, is like relaxing for me is just more drawing. So it's like that's actually going to be an interesting thing when my son arrives, which is like I think it's actually going to be really good that I won't have the same amount of time to kind of do uh, to just draw as much as I am now. And I think like I think for a little while I was worried about that, but the reality is that I think it'll actually make me less precious about my work, and like that what I was saying earlier about overworking my work.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm hoping that is something. Basically, I'm going to put all the pressure on my son for me to get better at art. So
Yeah.
that's the
You
plan.
can blame him if you start to slip of any sort.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So
I was normally pretty good, and I was drawing
yeah,
until you came along,
right,
which
right.
isn't too far off. I will. The amount of time I get in my studio versus like just dealing with life has shifted as time goes on. But again, you don't trade it for anything. It's wonderful, and we all love our kids
Right,
until they start being little turds like mine.
right.
I think he's asleep by now. I hope he's asleep by now. Yeah, he knows I call him a turd every once in a while.
That's a
So,
name we haven't
yeah,
considered
oh yeah,
yet. So we're still we're
yeah.
still deciding on the
It's
name. So
it's a family name.
oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
I wouldn't take it from you then.
no, no,
That's too
no.
special.
It's I was telling students today that I apparently have relatives in Tennessee. One of them was named Tennessee Buckles. These are like nicknames, I think, or at least that one is. And then another one that was named French Pickles. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Wow. Okay.
Like,
Look different.
pretty cool name if you ask me. having a relative named French Pickles, like and like way distant relative. It's not someone that
Right.
I grew up with. Like, oh, this is old Uncle Pickles. But it's a pretty awesome name, and so
Yeah.
that one you can have. If you want to name your kid French Pickles, or a variation on it, go for it. I will not blame you because it's pretty
Yeah.
genius.
Yeah.
I only know it because my dad goes to Pickles Barbershop, and then they found out that there is some relation there. Uh,
Oh, okay.
Pickles Barbershop already sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah.
If you're
Yeah.
gonna get a nice high top fade or whatever you're gonna get, do it at
Right.
Pickles Barbershop.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. If I had hair to cut,
Yeah,
then that would be where I would go. So,
yeah. Is there plans for a library for your little one?
we're not planning on educating the child. So
You're up in
no, we
just put him out in the woods and hope for the
yeah,
best.
yeah, yeah. We're gonna raise him like Nell, like the Jodie Foster movie, which I make that joke and no one remembers the reference,
Oh,
so it never works
Tay in
out.
the wind.
There you go.
Tay in
Thank
the wind.
you. Finally, finally.
That one well.
We definitely are planning on having a library. And Portland also has some pretty awesome independent bookstores. So like
Yep.
the idea of being able to walk to the bookstore with him is going to be just really that. Yeah, it's like, and that's the thing. It's like as I'm saying that, that's really the first time that I've thought about that. That's going to be able to be something that we're going to be able to do. So
It's pretty awesome, honestly, to have like the amount of books and the amount of like value in libraries and whatnot really dramatically increased when we had our son.
oh yeah,
I think I went to the library ever before, like obviously when I was little, but not in the same capacity as now that we have our son. I'm like all of a sudden like the library is kind of amazing. And
yeah,
I want to go there all the time. Um, Although it's my wife that goes. I don't get to go as often. But
right.
is there? Ooh, is that too bright? That's awfully bright. Okay. I'm trying to figure out colors in the background here. So tell me a little bit about sort of the book world and just your venture into that and sort of the experience of starting out in kidlit and sort of the I don't want to say the decision making, but just the challenges that you had, the way that you adapted to that, coming from your prior experiences in art making.
Um, well, I think one of the tricky things about children's books is no one really knows a ton about what goes into making them and what makes for a successful book. And so like I think it was a big like working at Scholastic was great because I could I was exposed to books on a regular
Yeah,
basis. Like there was always this influx of picture books and um you just had access and so you could kind of see how they were built, how they were put together. Built is such a weird word to use for it, um, but yeah, it was like I learned a lot just by reading them, and then even in addition to that, when I started going to the bookstore on a regular basis, like it's so much of it is that I think like exposure to it, and
yeah,
kind of seeing also how different it can be. Like the best thing about children's books, I think, is like how much of a like, how different they can be. Um, you know,
there.
so
When you say different, do you mean like visually? Do you mean the narrative? Do you mean all of the above?
I mean all of it. I mean, I think like there are so many books that uh, you don't expect. I guess they just catch you off guard. Like I don't know if you've read the book "Small in the City" by Sydney Smith. I
Uh, Sounds familiar. Is that the one with it's got like a cover of a someone in a subway car?
I think they're on a bus, but yeah, basically
Oh, on a bus. Yeah, yeah,
it's a kid
yep,
and they have a red hat
yep. I know the one.
um and like Sydney Smith I think is just doing beautiful work. So if anyone's watching and is not following him, I would recommend it. But it's a quiet story. It's sort of a sad story. It's very contemplative.
Yeah,
Um and so like you'll have books like that, and then you'll have like Dragons Love Tacos, And you'll have the zany and the wild and the fun and like
Yeah.
just all that energy. And I guess I just love that there's that much freedom in making, these objects, that these stories. So I can't remember if I'm even answering a question or if I'm just talking.
Oh,
But
this is good. Oh, I mean, I was even going to ask the question of like, are there types of books in general that you like? Not necessarily the ones that you make, because obviously, hopefully, you like the ones that you make. But like, I look at the work that I make and I go, it's fine. But the type of books that I like to read are maybe not the books that I make, or the books that like aesthetically, like I like a much more avant-garde thing than what I do, and I struggle to get there. And so like when I see those like really fun European picture books, I'm like, oh, these are so good. And they're weird and esoteric and whatnot, but I know that I'm not that weird or innovative.
yeah.
Is there a type of book that you just generally gravitate towards?
Um, I mean, yeah, I don't know actually. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty interested in all of them. I mean, I'm a sucker for John Klassen, obviously, like Rock from the Sky, like
Oh,
what an unexpected, again, like just so different.
I love that book. That may be one of my favorite books out of the last like 5 years. It may be my
Yeah,
favorite John Clausen book, honestly.
yeah,
So smart.
it's terrific. And so I love that kind of thing. I grew up with actually I recently found a copy of a book that I loved as a kid. I'm holding it up right now actually. Bony Legs. Did you ever see this book?
I have not.
This is such a bizarre book. I love this book so much. Um, and it's just like creepy and um but like so imaginative and like so different. Um,
I mean,
and
right off the bat, having a name like Dirk is gonna it's gonna
yeah,
for you right there.
yeah.
Trying to
The bony,
look at the author there, and I'm like, Dirk is
yeah,
you gotta have character if you have a name like Dirk.
yeah. And then like again, I mentioned Sydney Smith, but like this book of his, I Talk Like a River, um, is beautiful. Um, so I guess like to answer your question, like yeah, I think the work that I tend to produce is a little bit more on the at least in terms of like what I'm doing right now, it's more like on the humorous side.
Yeah.
I think I'm drawn to quieter stories. I think I enjoy stories that maybe don't have a clear conclusion.
Mhm.
Ones that like leave you thinking. Ones that you can sort of decide what it's about. So yeah.
Do you ever feel like there's a book that I read to my students, or I don't read it, but I have them read it. They're not in kindergarten. Um, the business of illustration, and there's a section um, they talk about the ethics of illustration, and one of the things that they bring up in particular is the jealousy or the coveting. They have a 10, or I think it's a 5 commandments of illustration, and
Mm.
it's Heller and Marshall Arisman are the authors on it. And one of those commandments is thou shalt not covet the or thou shalt not be envious of another illustrator's
uh,
style or
uh,
illustrator's um, uh, value in the market kind of thing. Um, do you ever? Because I being truthful here, I do every once in a while get very jealous of like, how come they get to work on a book that's so innovative and different? And as much as I love the books that I work on, um, there's part of me that goes like, when is someone going to take the chance and say, Mark, we want you to do something really deeply serious and thoughtful? I mean, admittedly, I'm drawing poop and fart jokes on a regular basis, so it's kind of hard to see through the cloud of stink to get to the point where they go like, hey, you can do something else. But do you face any sort of jealousy in that sense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I look at yeah, I think social media it originally started out as this way of like connecting and sort of discovering talented people, and I would say like for sure I'm guilty of like and being envious of how someone maybe just like even ideas that they've had, and like how did I not think of that? Or I feel like you could take it in so many different directions, but I don't know. I mean, I think I'm pretty content if I'm as long as I'm drawing. Like I think like um I'm old enough, thankfully, to kind of just realize that like so much of my enjoyment comes from just getting better at this thing that I've been doing since I was like 5.
Yeah.
You know, and it's um so I to answer, yes, I absolutely look at the work of other people, and sometimes I'm just like absolutely in awe, and I think that's a great part of it, frankly, is like,
It's
because that's
fun.
where that's a lot of where your inspiration comes from.
Yep.
It's like um so yeah.
I think, yeah, it's the thing that pushes you forward, and I do think that like, someone asked real quick, how are you drawing in Adobe Illustrator with an Apple Pencil?
uh this is not
Yeah,
Illustrator, this is Procreate.
I know. I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't see you switch gears, but there is Adobe Illustrator does actually. They have some apps that are on the iPad for those that are interested. But that sort of the jealousy factor, or that coveting, I think a lot of times for me, pushes me in a way to realize I don't have to sort of follow suit, and I have to check myself on a regular basis of like, it's not jealousy for someone's career. It's the one that's gotten me is people have done. I've come up with a book idea, and then like, you know, 2 months later I see it on the shelves, and I'm like, I wasn't fast enough. How dare I? And how
Right.
dare they put this book out there? And then I also have to realize though that like they did the work, and I hadn't done the work, and it's not that their work is invaluable or somehow lesser than because they got it done first. And like half the time they do a better job than I ever would have. So like it is a challenging it's a challenging industry, because you are sort of like, at least in my opinion, you are kind of always trying to judge yourself against others, whether
Mm.
you want to or not. And
Yeah.
it kind of stinks in that manner, how hard it is to get to a point where you're happy with, or you can settle down and say like, I'm okay with where I am as an artist.
Yeah, I think there are moments, I do think that social media makes it harder. I obviously have been on Instagram for a while now, but I have a weird relationship with Instagram. Like I feel very differently about social media today than I did 3 years ago. And so it's a tricky thing, it's like, how do you not use it when you maybe know on some level that this thing isn't always making your day better.
Yeah.
Um, but at the same time, it's like you don't want to feel that you're not at least aware of what might be going on in the creative space, and or you're just interested in following the work of certain people, and like that's just happens to be where they are.
Do you?
So, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you go onto social media often?
Uh, yeah, I would say I'm on it often. I wish that I wasn't. I'm sort of in this process of I think trying at least to wean myself off of it more. Trying to just be a little bit more focused on my immediate surroundings and like but I think for a while there, like I got pretty wrapped up in it because it became a little bit of an escape for me for a little while, and like and I was getting a lot of positive feedback, and that can be great. um but it shouldn't be your only source of like positive feedback or input or anything like that, so
Yeah, I mean, it is a tricky one, because I feel like, I mean, there's part of me, and this is me being just very old school in some sense of, I kind of wish we went back to some of the old promotion methods more so,
mm,
partially because that's what I grew up on. And it's like, well, the postcards were the thing, and now like social media is it. but I also felt like you stood out a little bit more with postcards, or you weren't competing with as large of a crowd.
Right.
Or that way. I'm actually starting over my piece because I didn't like the colors.
Okay.
Let's just do it. So for anybody that's watching, sorry, we're going brighter colors. No one even saw what I was doing 100% yet, so it doesn't matter. Well, it takes a while to build up. Just everybody doing this little pirate guy, and he's standing on his treasure and telling the pig where to mark the X. And it's for whatever reason. And so that's where we're going. I wanted more jazzy colors, and so it means I got to start over.
Fair enough.
Speaking of starting over, how many times do you make mistakes in your work?
I mean, it's constant. Just if anyone's been watching this from the beginning, like it's a constant search. Like that's, I think, so much of what drawing is for me is just like me spending a lot of time seeking. I'm just like looking for something that catches my eye, and I think like mistakes at a certain point, especially if you get into sort of habits of drawing a lot of the same things, mistakes get harder to make, and I think that can prevent you from growing because you're not breaking out of your comfort zone and just seeing where else your ideas can go. So mistakes are invaluable in so many ways, and yet I fear them on a regular basis. So
Can you name an instance where like a mistake really or a shift because of a mistake really made the difference in your work? Or is it more general than that?
I would say it's more general. Maybe a better example is like with the game that we've been working on. Like, you have to embrace those mistakes more often because you're working in a medium that you're not as familiar with. And so you have to get to a place where you're comfortable with, or you're just less precious. Like I was saying before, it's like, otherwise you will really kind of drive yourself a little bit crazy by like being like, I know that can be better, and then you just go to draw it over and over and over again. Let's say it's this guy's boots, you're like, I know I can draw those boots better. But how important is that, and like,
for how long it may be on screen or what have you, like, is anybody going to notice?
Right.
I feel like there is a point in my career where that became the like, because I have students all the time that do overwork their work and get precious about it, and in reality, like, the likelihood someone's going to notice the small detail is so slim in most of those cases, or even if they do notice, it won't be as critical as you think it is in the finished product. Do you find that you are someone that like, obviously that moment of, hey, I don't have to do all this work in order for this piece to sort of bear fruit. Is there a threshold for you that you can go like, okay, this is enough? Or is there some method that makes sense for you when you start to look at that work that you could sort of relay to the audience?
I mean, that's a good question, because it's like, I think it's a combination of things. I think it's like you're spending enough time with something where you're tying it down, and in so doing, you're reducing the number of avenues you can go down, if that makes sense. Like, you're making choices. Like, at the end of the day, you're making choices, which becomes trickier with digital because there's an infinite number of choices. So that's like great, but also a slippery slope. And so I would say, like, it's that tying of down of something, and like a lot of planning ahead, I would say, like getting comfortable with some of the things that are harder to change later, like composition. And so I would say, like, by making sure you're comfortable with some of those other things, like it sometimes makes it a little bit easier to accept parts of an illustration that maybe you don't love quite as much, you know, because it's like it's rare that you have a drawing that you'll do and you'll feel like it was a success and like that all of it was a success. You know, I
Yeah.
think there's it's easy to kind of pick and choose your victories. So I don't know if that answers the question though.
No, it's, I mean, ultimately, I think it's going to be different for everybody. I just didn't know if there was like a specific thing or a trick or something that could be relayed. I mean, as an example, we have a teacher at the school, Dave Ferreira, who is a lovely teacher, and he had this assignment that he gave students that really broke that down for them, and I think it helped me too to think about it. Was he would give them an assignment to illustrate a image that would be printed 1 inch by 1 inch.
Okay.
And so they all go in and they make this beautiful image, and then he takes them all and scales them down to that size. And of course, they lose everything.
Right.
Process. All those people that spent hours and hours working on this like beautiful image, and then it gets reduced down to a, you know, postage stamp size. Then they all go, "Why did I put in that effort?"
Right.
And not that effort isn't like merited, but it needs to be done in a different way. And seeing those students or seeing the reaction to that kind of assignment really does make a difference. And so I think part of it is like watching you work tonight. I've been watching sort of like sort of when and where you edit or how you refined your pieces. And clearly that is something that is like comes from knowledge of what's going to work in the finished product versus the time or effort in details as being the sole answer to a good image.
Yeah, I think that took me a while to kind of figure out, like, and that is, I think, a tricky thing to learn early on, especially is like, what is the whole image that you're ultimately going to end up with, and not like just your favorite parts, you know, like, that desire to dive into the parts that are fun. It's like, again, it's that idea of like you're creating limitations for yourself. If you, and that's that whole category of creating a book or anything creative. It's like the killing your darlings idea, you know, and the more time you spend with the thing that you like, the harder it will be to get rid of it if that has to happen.
Yep.
And so, you know, the looser you can stay throughout, until you're feeling very confident that you've exhausted the other approaches that maybe don't quite have the same punch that what you end up with. The sooner you can do that, the better, because then again, you're not being precious. So it just sort of always comes down to that, at least for me recently.
So walk us through, because I think, and I don't expect you to draw this, but walk us through sort of your mindset in when you are starting to design characters, because I think of you as a like characters, and specifically not just character, but like character design and the underlying shapes and things that go into the character as sort of your bread and butter. Like that is, I look at your work and I'm like, man, that's a smart choice in that curve on that back, or you know, those things that maybe artists notice and maybe not your everyday audience is going like, that's a really good ankle. You know, but is there
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah,
I was hoping somebody would, you know.
Everybody passes up those ankles, and those are like
Right.
best part. So is there something though, like when you're working, like do you have a process that you go through as far as like figuring out what shape and when and where and how to put stuff, or is it? I mean, my guess is some of it's just intuitive, that you're just making and it happens. But sometimes people have a mindset going into that too.
I think so much of maybe what I'm putting down is inspired by other things. First and foremost, you know, like I'm obviously not the first person to sort of draw in the style that I draw in. So like I'm sort of drawing inspiration, I think, from all over. But I guess like just sort of, it is very shape focused. So like, you know, his face, just trying to, and like, okay, I guess maybe something that's more valuable is like how I usually start, is a good place to maybe convey this idea, is like when I'm starting out, like I'm kind of drawing like this big. You know, I'm drawing really, really small. And in so doing, I'm just like figuring out what are these like really simple shapes that I like a lot, you know. Because once you've kind of mapped out the larger shapes of the thing that you're working in, then it's all about like getting closer to it and finding other opportunities for where other shapes can live. But like those other shapes are only going to really have appeal if the overall image has appeal. So I think for me, it's like trying to work as quickly as you possibly can, trying to not be precious, make mistakes, force yourself to just make marks. And then it becomes like that's kind of a fun part, I think, because like it's really just a game of like looking for something that you like. You know, and that I think is a big reason why it's a way for people to get to know you. You know, it's like you choose these shapes or you choose these subjects because they stand out to you for some reason. So I think a lot of it again is like I'm pulling from the work of people who I've appreciated over the years, and I've just watched them work a lot, or like looked at their work a ton and looked for those shapes.
Hit us with some names. Who are some of those people? If you could.
So I actually had a really cool thing happen at this point a couple years back. It was a studio job that I did, and it was with DreamWorks. And you know, I never really expected to have studio work. It was not something that I maybe was, because I never moved to California, and you know, but it was always something that I loved. You know, I would just always get the art books of things. And anyway, long story short, so out of nowhere, I get an email, and they want me to work on a movie, and obviously I'm thrilled, and you know, I'm feeling so out of my depth that I'm just like, I'm just gonna have fun with this, you know, like I'm just gonna do my best to just have like, because who knows when this will happen again.
Yep.
And I think what made it particularly special was that someone else who was attached to the project and who you know I was not working with because it was all remote, but who was attached to the project was Carter Goodrich.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Who, you know, and you can see, I think, in a lot of my work how much of an influence he's been for me. And so to sort of have the opportunity to go from being a fan to like, just like our emails were on the same email thread, and it's just like, so that was significant for me. I think like I mentioned earlier, you know, growing up, like I met Stephen Kellogg, Charles Santori, also was, you know, I lived outside Philadelphia, and so he was in that area, and I was able to meet him, and
is there anybody in particular that would really throw us that you're like a big fan of?
Not really. I mean, Bill Watterson is like is a huge, you know, source for me. Bill Shakespeare. No, I'm kidding. But like,
yeah.
Like, okay. I mean, the Wyeth family, you know, NC Wyeth, Andrew Wyeth. I mean, those aren't really going to throw anybody. Bill Pete. I absolutely love Bill Pete.
The way you said the Wyeth family, I thought you were still playing that joke, like your buddies with them. Like, oh yeah, the Wyeth family. They're just down the road.
Yeah. But you know, I growing up, we would go to like museums, like the, you know, Philadelphia Museum of Art, or like the Brandywine River Museum, which if you haven't been there, it's an extraordinary museum.
I have been there.
Yeah.
And I would love to go back, because it is like, for an illustrator, that is like, in my mind, the museum of history, to go back and see all those Wyeths and parishes and
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
In fact, the reason why I'm changing the color on my pirate piece There's a
Yeah.
very famous, I think it's a Wyeth piece called Marooned, where
Okay.
it's I think it's used for the cover of one of the Wyeth books, with this brilliant yellow sky and a pirate sitting on a beach with just a wrecked dinghy that's like on the shore, and it's just this giant landscape, and it's like such a smart illustration because of how marooned the character is on the piece. And so like,
Mm,
I'm already on a Wyeth right now.
there you go.
It's gonna be just as good as a Wyeth too. It's not gonna be any problems with it.
So yeah, I mean, and like, John Singer Sargent, uh, in terms of like fine art influence, or not even influence, because I wouldn't even suggest that my work is even similar to theirs, but just, I guess Bill Watterson was the biggest. Like he was the one who he did it all. He had these incredibly simple characters, but they were complex because of what they would talk about,
Yeah.
um, and then he would have these other worlds that those characters would escape to that were far more rendered and developed, and like how he would draw dinosaurs was just like wild to me. It had so much energy. Um,
Out of curiosity, if you don't mind saying, and you don't have to, but I'm wondering sort of what generation you are age-wise, and like where did that fall? Like, were you? I mean, clearly you had a love of Bill Watterson, but was that because of books, or was that because of reading it and the funny pages?
Yeah. I mean, when I was really little, it was the newspaper.
Yeah.
So I'm 40.
Okay.
I recently turned 40. So um and loving every minute of it. I'll tell you that much. So it was, when I was a kid, it was the Sunday paper.
Yep.
And then I just started gathering all of those books like Calvin and Hobbes, The Far Side. Um and those were hugely influential. I also really got into Jim Lee when he kind of reinvented the X-Men.
Yep. Okay.
That was an enormous moment. And so I was doing a lot of copying of X-Men stuff. And and also video games, again, like that was a big source of inspiration for me. It was funny because I don't think at the time I considered it one. Like I think I've always kind of, maybe just because it felt so otherworldly, and like, how do these things even come to be? um but I wasn't familiar with the people who were making those games at the time, but
As
I
accessible, I
sort
think, to your everyday person like it is now. Like you can download software and build a game now. But back in the day, that wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do,
yeah.
of that era, at least. So totally makes sense with that the foreign factor of video games.
Right.
Were you because I think you're a little bit behind me age. Well, I know you're a little bit behind me in the sense of age. Were you a NES or were you an SNES kid?
um I mean, we had both. I would say the bigger influence was the SNES.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, that was I think really where I started to get pretty good at playing video games. And so and also that was just such an amazing console. uh but I feel like I know the question you're asking, and I think it was probably more influential on me. um
It's like for me, I don't even know if I ever owned an SNES. Obviously, I was alive when that came around, but I think I was so attached to the NES, or that was still the system I had, so I bought games for that instead. Uh,
right.
but it is like I feel like that's a marker of like what era games you were into, because there's a difference between Mario and then like Mario or the Mario Brothers 3 or Super Mario 3 or whatever it was, is like a pretty dramatic jump in how the game functions
Right.
together. Um, were there video games that you were in love with of that
Yeah.
era?
Of that era, I mean, Super Mario World, was big. And like some, all the classics like Star Fox and um, Zelda. It's funny now that I'm being put on the spot. I'm struggling. Like this is never something that I usually struggle with.
Yeah.
I mean, F-Zero, the music in that, like, loved that.
Was that like a racing
Yeah,
game?
yeah, it was a racing game, and it was like hovercrafts, but it was just,
Precursor to Wipeout?
yeah, maybe. I mean, I feel like I could see
Gen-
the leap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, um, but it's just sort of the major one, like Mario and Zelda. Those were
Yeah.
big.
You're good.
Yeah.
I feel like what was you had to probably have some weird one that you had in your collection though, right? Like I always talk about Caveman games on the NES, which was a really horrific game. Like it involved throwing cave women by the hair and pole vaulting over dinosaurs.
Oh my gosh.
Starting fires was one of the competitions. It was like the Olympics for cavemen.
Oh.
Totally inappropriate and whatnot, but it was a wild game that I can't believe ever came out, and like played it so many times. Was there a game that you like look back and you go like, oh, why did I ever own this one?
There's a game that I look back at, and I'm like, why has no one remade this? Which was Uniracers. It was you raced unicycles, like sentient unicycles, I think was the thinking behind that one. So I not only do I wish someone would remake it, but I wish I could like get an audio clip of the meeting that led to that, game being made.
Is it like Excite Bike? Like you race
Yeah,
it?
yeah. I mean,
Or,
it's similar. It's actually pretty similar to like Sonic the Hedgehog, I would argue.
okay,
And
but
then
it's not just like a flat track.
no, it's a looping track, and you can't really see a lot of it. So it's like you have like split-second decision making, um, and yeah, you're racing as a unicycle. So in case you're thinking about making a game like that, I hate to break it to you, but someone already did it.
I was
So
gonna say,
um,
now that you're talking about it, are you sure that you want people to remake it?
yeah.
Like,
It was fun. It was weird, but it was fun. So
um, are you someone that plays games now?
I don't have a ton of time these days. I wish I played more. I will play some, things from time to time, but more often than not, I'm drawing, and I have this pesky little problem where as soon as I do anything that is even remotely like relaxing or um, that kind of thing, I feel guilty that I'm not
Okay. Yep.
drawing, and so like right now I started to play the most recent Zelda, and unfortunately I don't think I'm going to get very far, because it's different when you're older. Like you just um, I still love them. I'm constantly like listening to like all these podcasts that I listen to about games, and so I'm like literally like all the time um, catching up in terms of what the latest thing is. But actually, that's why I like indie games a lot these days, because they're usually a lot smaller, and they're not this epic world that requires so much of my attention and time. Um, like there's a game called A Short Hike that I would recommend you check out because it's just this delightful little thing, and it's super small, and you can really kind of
Is it as pitched? It's just a short hike.
pretty much, um, yeah.
Wait,
Uh,
what's the gameplay though?
you're like a little bird character, and you're going on a hike, and you interact with other characters on the way, um, and it has I don't want to spoil anything. The ending I absolutely adore, but yeah, it's like it's a short hiking game.
You've got
That
old when uh, you tell your little younger self, okay, you know how fun Mario is.
yeah.
Get a load of this. It's a game about hiking.
You mean you'd be amazed? Like there's like a power washing game that's doing quite well these
That's
days.
okay. I had someone on that was talking about that. I was floored. Someone on Gavin Doodle that was talking about how their partner was playing that, and I'm floored that that is a game. And I'm sure that it's probably amazing if you play it. Uh, but
Yeah.
sales pitch on that has to be pretty strong for me to pick up that controller.
Yeah. I mean, there is, but see, okay, so I understand the response to that. Like, power washing seems like fun, but I don't know if I'm willing to like get the game for it. But an example like of a game recently that really kind of got me excited about what is happening in the game space is a game called Before Your Eyes.
Okay.
And so it's a short game. And are you familiar with Charon, the Greek mythological figure who's the person who sort of carries you to the
Yeah.
afterlife? So there's a Charon-like character in this game, and you are sort of playing a character who's in a boat with that Charon-like character, and you're on your way to the afterlife. So it starts in it's an unusual beginning, but he basically explains that you're on your way to the end, and I'm going to show your life before your eyes. That idea of your life flashes before your eyes.
Yeah.
So it's basically a story, and you're thrown into memories that the character you're playing had, and it's usually played on like a mobile device, and it keeps track of when you blink. So you'll be in a memory and you'll be listening to someone talking, or getting sort of just information on who you are and where you are in that stage of your life. But if you get lost in the story and you blink in real life, then the story jumps ahead, and you miss out on the rest of that memory.
So naturally blink, it already jumps ahead.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's like, I think what excites me about games is that like it's not just what we tend to think of when you hear game. Like, it's not Fortnite. There's a lot of creative things happening in that space, and that's like a pretty unique example that I like to share, because it's a very well thought out execution of that tool.
I'd be afraid though that it would be like allergy season, and then you're constantly blinking, and you zip through the game in 2 seconds.
I'm sure they had at least one meeting about that. And like, guys, I think we've got a real problem here. So it's
You
flu
guys,
season.
you guys know about grass seed, because it's going to do us in. Um, I like the concept. That'd be my fear, is like the one time I'm like, oh, I really love the part of this story, and then all of a sudden, boom. But I assume that's part of the gist of it, is like when you blink, you lose moments, and
Yeah,
I just,
it makes it's just become, it feels very true to the character, right? Like they're trying to stay in those memories as long as they possibly can. So
yeah.
it's pretty effective, once you start to experience it. And again, it's like interesting, like you never tend to think about yourself when you're watching something that might be compelling or that kind of thing. So you tend to take, you'll be concentrating pretty hard on not blinking, but then you might get distracted. And so anyway, it's a really interesting way to tell a story.
I dig. I'm gonna have to. What's it called again?
Before Your Eyes.
Before Your Eyes. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
look that one up. Um, are there books, going back to sort of the kidlit side of thing? Are there books that you're reading that you're like, this is sort of gets into that same world of sort of breaking down expectations?
Hmm.
This is a moment where you can like plug your friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to like, the problem is that we've moved into this house, and all of my books are like completely scattered. Um, so I don't have, I mean, again, I would say like Sydney Smith is maybe the one who's like, every time he's coming out with something, that's really something I get excited about. Um, Yeah, I'll have to think about that
Okay.
one and maybe get back to
Okay.
you.
Yeah, I don't mean to I don't mean to challenge you to the point. And then there is a huge difference. Like if you ask me what books I have to like literally think about my bookshelf. I can't off the top of my head go like, oh yes, I have this one and this one and this one and this one.
Right,
It
right.
is.
Yeah.
It is. Do you have a? I mean, obviously it's spread around, but do you have a big collection of?
Yeah, I have a bit of a problem. And I'm trying to be better about oh, actually, you know what? I can answer the question that you just asked about a book that really kind of blew my mind recently. I think it's John Agee, and it's
John Agee, yeah.
yeah, Agee, and it's about a painting. Where is that book?
Oh, is this the one that's like? Oh wait, maybe I'm thinking a different one.
Um, it's and I don't want to like get too descriptive of it because I don't want to spoil it. Um, but it's about an artist, a painter who has this special talent with making paintings. And again, I can't really elaborate without spoiling it,
Yeah,
but uh, that was one that recently got like really kind of, I don't know, I just loved it. I was like, God, this is an idea that I wish that I had. So,
there's a student that I had that brought in a book that was really. I don't think it was Steve Agee, but it was somebody who broke down like the difference in paintings that are out there. So there was like this is how abstract works, and this is oh shoot, who was it? It was someone that was a pretty big name in kidlit, and I was sort of fascinated by the idea of it wasn't really a narrative book of any sort,
mhm.
uh, but it did have this like really sort of interesting take. It wasn't just like a concept like this is abstract and this is realism and this is. It was much more sort of like shape and pattern based than that.
Okay.
Uh, Sort of almost like looking at like American quilts, like those old American quilts that you'd see where it's just like a bunch of like sections and geometric shapes, and that's the entirety of the whole thing.
Right.
Dude, I can't think of who it was, but it was one of those ones where I was like, at some point I probably should get that book just because it was so different and interesting on the sort of conceptual level. Um,
Yeah.
so, how big of a collection are we talking?
Um, I mean, it's hard to describe. It's on two bookshelves right now, and I think I have to get another one. So I don't actually have a number. Probably for my own mental health, it's probably better that I don't know exactly how many I have. But yeah, again, like Portland has some pretty great little bookstores, like Longfellow and Print and Back Cove Books. I just want to give a little shout out. And you know, because work has been a little bit nutty recently, I haven't gone as frequently as I usually do, but I try and go in every Tuesday, and I try and see what is out there. And
Wait, are you
um,
saying you buy a book every Tuesday?
no, 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 no. I go and I will at least like look.
Okay.
It used to be that I would buy something every time I was going because I think I was so eager to learn.
Yeah.
But that didn't last very long because picture books are expensive. And I think I also just was like, um, I tried to like, I was running out of space, so I had to be a little bit more selective. Um,
I
but
mean, we went to I don't think I mentioned it yet with Doodle, but there was that graphic novel festival that I had to host some stuff at this last weekend.
oh, right.
Friday night into Saturday afternoon, we had a total of 13 books that we brought home with us
Oh
from
boy.
the bookstore. It's like, so I mean, a lot of them were signed, so
Right.
that's there's a difference in like just buying a book and like supporting your fellow artists and whatnot, but still 13 books is still a lot of books to bring into the house on a regular basis.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
it's a
When we,
it's a dangerous job, honestly, in that sense.
yeah,
It's very easy to get
when
sucked into it.
we got flooded out of our apartment, it was the boxes of books that really kind of
Oh
made
no.
it. I mean, we didn't lose them, but like just moving them became quite difficult. We eventually moved everything into a storage facility because it was just too much to manage. But But yeah, they're heavy, you know. It doesn't take many of them to make a very heavy box.
No,
So
no, not at all.
yeah.
The amount that we go to the library, my wife needs me to carry the bag of books to the library. I forget how many I returned to the library the other day. I want to say it was at least like 10 to 12 books to the library, and that wasn't all that we had out from the library. And they just, they weigh a ton, and
Yeah.
they take up space. They cost money, but we can write them off. We can write them off.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
On a regular basis. That happens, but
Yeah.
it's I feel like it's dangerous in the sense of like it's very easy to buy and get caught up in it. But I also think it's like it's a pretty amazing idea that like that is what we get to, like that's research for us, is to go out and buy picture books and go like this is what makes sense to me, and this is how I'm gonna tell the tax man.
Yeah.
This is my this is part of my job.
Right.
Are there other spoils, like for anybody that's watching who goes, why would I ever want to be a picture book artist? Can you think of things that you could just go like, this is why, and you can just label it off and people will go, yeah, that makes sense. I know it's sort of a question. It's explain to me why it's so cool to be a picture book artist is basically the question, but do it.
I mean, I relish the fame. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, getting the picture book, having a reason to build a picture book collection is an excellent one. I'm kind of a simple-minded person, I think. I tend to just be pretty happy again if I'm drawing. I mean, I will like. My days are usually best spent like obviously with my wife, but then also like walking, drawing, getting a good cup of coffee, maybe getting a good meal. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that are specific. I mean, okay, another one would be like doing those school events. Like as nerve-wracking as those can be, you get to interact with kids and they look at you like you are a magician. Like you it's such a wild experience. And I remember actually in that last school visit, there was a moment where I made a sort of a one-off comment. I don't even think I can call it a joke because I don't think it deserves it. But basically I was talking about how like I was drawing a character and then I decided to draw a squirrel just to kind of keep the conversation going and to give them something else in the scene. And I made the joke that the squirrel was the guy's boss. Like I drew a guy and then I drew this squirrel and I said the squirrel was the guy's boss.
Yeah.
And there was a kid who literally started rolling over. Like he rolled laughing so hard. Like it was the funniest joke that he had ever encountered in his life up until that point. And he came up to me at the end and he was like, hey. And I was like, hey. And he's just like, that joke with the squirrel boss. He's like, I like that one a lot. And I was like, I noticed, I could see you. You were sort of running into other people. You were, and I would say like that is hard to beat. It's hard to beat like kids having that
reaction.
Yeah, they're just so up for it. They're just so fun and they get behind things. And so it's when you finally get to a place where you're like, when they like you and they want to listen to you, and then you feel like maybe you're helping them by teaching them some things. Like that's a really special place. So
wait until you have a kid.
Yeah.
Every day until they hit teenage years, and then it's a nightmare. I'm not there yet, but I've heard. I've been through it. Yeah. Myself. One thing that we did with our son, and I don't know if this is something that's helpful to you of any sort, but anytime we went to book events, we'd have the people sign the books to our son. And right now he doesn't care about it, but our goal, or at least my goal, I don't know if my wife agrees to this, but my goal is when he is older and if he has kids, then he has all these books that were signed to him when he was younger.
That's cool.
Hand off. Like that idea of like, now he may end up not having kids and then all of a sudden we got a bunch of books that are signed to this random dude, Charlie. But to me, that like that idea of like the sharing um, of content like that, and you know, the story that goes with it is such a fun idea.
Yeah.
Uh, it makes it worth sort of doing.
Yeah, it's funny because in anticipation of doing this, Gavin Doodle with you, I looked up, and because I'm unboxing my studio space, I found a favorite book of mine from when I was a kid, which
Yeah,
was Aesop's Fables by Charles Santori. Like this was a book that I just read over and over and over again. It's too big, unfortunately, for me to like fit it in the frame,
yeah,
but he did sign it. But the funny thing is that when he first signed it, I think he mistook my name for Henry. So he said for Henry, Charles Santori, and then he did a drawing. And then I met up with him later in life, and he was like, "For Tom, sorry about the Henry mistake." And so it was just like, it's just so funny that because having done book signings before, I can see how you can sometimes make a mistake because if there are enough kids and you're hearing a lot of different names, or I don't know, it could have just been the person helping him coordinate all that didn't maybe do the best job. I don't know,
yeah.
but it's just pretty funny.
The I feel like there is a hidden pressure, and when I was at that event over the weekend, I was talking to the person next to me about the hidden pressure of signing books in front of people,
Oh yeah.
and the risk that you somehow misspell a name. Like even if I like it's a common name, like, oh, my name's John or
Mm,
something, and I'm like, okay, spell it for me, because I know that I'm gonna screw it up in some way or do a little drawing in the book and it's gonna be junk, and they'll forever go like, why did this person sign this so poor? In fact, I don't know if are you a sports person of any sort?
So no, not I wouldn't. I grew up in a family that loves sports, but I think I missed that one.
No,
So I
I
fantasy sports for me is like wizards and unicorns
okay.
and that kind of thing.
I am
So
not of any sort a
oh,
sports
okay.
person, but I was asking because recently in the news, I saw a news headline that Tom Brady went and did some signing thing where people paid $3,000 to have him sign some stuff, and they'd get some VIP tickets to some events and whatnot. And people were extremely upset because he just rushed through the signing.
Mm,
All the things that he signed, it looks like it's just a little scribble and not his signature.
right.
That's the fear. Is I don't I don't want to go through all of this and then like have some kid later down in life go like, well, this doesn't even look like his signature, and like, why did I go to the trouble of going to that event because someone didn't care, obviously. So,
Right, right. Yeah, I think I mean, there definitely is pressure. Um, and I think also that it's a tricky thing to want to engage with a kid, during that moment. You want to like ask them their name and ask them if they like to draw or if they like to read, or I mean if they like to write, and you kind of want to connect with them, but it's hard to do that while you're personalizing their book.
yeah,
So it's like these are the things that like they don't really tell you about when you're like maybe interested in getting into children's books. It's the having to kind of present, and having to do those kinds of unusual tasks, the spinning of plates kind of
yeah.
thing.
The the whenever I do signings like that, I do stop and I realize I'm not talking to anybody because I'm so concentrated on like, okay, if I misspell this word, I'm done. And so it gets really quiet for a few moments, and then I have to stop and look up and go, oh, do you like drawing? Or, are you
Right.
having a good day today? Or whatever it may be. Because I realize I'm just like mum so long. Um, is there are there big goals for you outside of, I mean, obviously the video game is, I'm imagining is some little hint of a goal there in life for you, but do you have other big goals when it comes to sort of artistic making of stuff, even outside of kidlit or outside of uh, um, games? Are there other things that you want to accomplish over time?
I could see maybe down the road, um, painting more. You know, I like the work that I do these days is all digital because um, the deadlines demand it to be in a way. And so I'm sure you could push back on that and you could still get a book published using more traditional media, but it is, I think it is harder.
Yep.
And I miss working with like gouache and ink. Ink is a favorite of mine. And then also just graphite. Like I miss drawing with pencil and paper. That's how I learned. So I think down the road, I could see myself getting back to some of those earlier tools, and maybe not having the freedom that comes with digital, which I think can sometimes affect how much of your style comes through. Because if you have endless opportunities to correct something, like I think the tendency is to kind of correct something that you don't like, but someone else might, and it might actually be closer to your style than what you end up
Yep.
with. So, like getting back to ink, I would say would be something that I'd eventually want to do, getting back to gouache. Um, and beyond that, dance. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have much other current goals. I think the making video games is like a pretty big one. Like that's like I never thought that that would happen.
Yeah.
And I think because of how broad that uh, platform is, like I'm pretty excited to see what can come from it.
How
So
how hard was it to make that leap to say, I'm going to jump into the video game world just in general? I mean, obviously there's got to be a little bit of scare factor there of you know, it's a change in media for you,
yeah,
but also you're taking on a lot of responsibility. It's not like you're just going and sitting in a studio that someone else owns. Like you're taking ownership over this thing, and there's the pressure of trying to succeed, not just for you but for those involved. You know, you and your partner.
yeah.
Is that a scary decision? Was that something that sort of was easy in your mindset of how to engage?
No, I mean it's been hard from the beginning. But I have to say that like um, this this is gonna be maybe a weird way to answer the question, but like a huge inspiration of mine is David Bowie. I think more than anything because I think more than anybody, or maybe not more than anybody, but just he was one of those people who evolved, and reinvented himself and was pretty upfront about, you know, trying to find himself outside of his comfort zone. So like, yes, there is the risk, there is the feeling of you know, you're out of your depth and you um, have other people who are signing up with you, and you don't want to disappoint them. But like, I think with that discomfort comes a whole new, I think you tend to refine the skills that you have because you start to think about problem solving in a different way.
Yeah.
And then you're coming up with new skills. And I think it's been very rewarding to find myself feeling uncomfortable on a pretty regular basis, because from it, I think it's it's hard to say like getting better, but I am kind of doing different things, and I think from that I'm learning more, and I'm also just learning from the people that I'm working with. Like, you know, I mean, you know, making children's books and everything is a very isolating experience. You know, you're working with your publisher, but you're often not in touch with the author who created the story that you're developing, and so I'm just drawing more and more dogs. Uh, but like I think the opportunity, and that's what I think got me very excited about when I had the story for Pine, and I was already in touch with Najati, my co-founder, who and we knew that we wanted to make something together. And then when we realized like there was this opportunity to take advantage of that unique aspect of games to tell the story in a different way, that helped get past the part where you're like, this is going to be really hard.
Yeah.
Like we're going to have to learn so many new things. But like as difficult as that is, and as much as you need to kind of be your own cheerleader to sort of develop those skills, like I do think it's worthwhile to find yourself outside of your comfort zone. And I'm rambling at this point, but
No,
I
but
think somewhere in there, I think maybe I touched on the answer to the question. So
the idea of like challenging yourself, I think, is a good one for like. I look at this Gavin Doodle thing, like over time when it started, it was really a sort of, I just need someone to talk to entertain myself, or to converse with someone, because it started during the pandemic or shortly thereafter, and you just don't get out in the world as much, and then all of a sudden it's like, here's an opportunity to talk to people. But I think it slowly evolved over time to sort of like become, one, it can be really wacky sometimes, and sometimes it can be like business, just here's the business of the world and you got to learn how to do this. But I also think that there's times where it's like this like motivational realm, and I feel like this is that sort of like, for the people that need to hear it, to hear that like you got to challenge yourself, but challenging yourself doesn't always have to be in the same vein all the time. You don't have to just make your images better. That it can be like, what happens if you try something wildly different, whether it be a new medium, whether it be a new environment, or what have you, and that can make all the difference in setting you up for a interesting shift in your career, or an interesting shift in the way that you think about making in general.
Yeah.
Is there any other art techniques or things that you have wanted to do in your time, like pottery or things of that sort?
Um, I would say probably like uh I'll look at the work of like Andrea Blasic is a name that comes to mind, and he's a sculptor. And just everything that he does looks like he had fun making it. And he usually does character design. He'll assist in the character design process, like by I think once a character is more rendered and its two-dimensional form, artists like Andrea will help, you know, realize it in a three-dimensional form,
Yeah.
and like discover if it has any inherent flaws in that design that won't translate from 2D to 3D. And I guess like just watching, like looking at his work, and because he has a sort of energetic, loose style too. I think that would be really fun to try at some point. But that is like one of those things where you really have to kind of check your ego at the door, because I would feel probably pretty out of my element with that. But again, it's like every time I say that, and then I end up doing it, it's like, yeah, that's how it feels. But then I also feel like, oh, I learned something new. I learned how to look at something a little bit differently.
Yeah.
So
Should have done this earlier kind of mindset.
a little bit, yeah.
I'm trying to think of like, there are things that I've always wanted to try that probably don't make a lot of sense. Like as far as, would it benefit me as a career? Like I know that pottery would be fun, but not in a like, I wouldn't ever want to make a career out of it. Like, oh, I'm gonna all of a sudden start selling stuff on Etsy and have my own shop for ceramics. But there are like, I would love to get into woodworking when I'm older, partially because my dad loves to woodwork, and so like that idea of like having all those tools. One, it would
Yeah.
make me feel like a man finally, because I'm pretty wimpy in general. Like I'm not the equivalent of like, you asked me to like, if our plumbing breaks in our house, I'm not the one going like, oh, I got this, let me go out and get a wrench.
Right.
No, that's not me. And so like having something like woodworking, it would make me feel like, oh, I got a little bit of macho here.
Right.
Like I can finally face my parents and say I made something of myself. Um, like loaded statements. Uh, but there was when I was in college, I remember there was a time where I really wanted to take a fashion course, not because I wanted to do like cool dresses or anything, but just I thought it'd be really funny to take a fashion course and just design the pockets on the back of jeans so they had really images. So
Yeah.
rather than just being like a line or a squiggle, it'd be like, oh look, there's the Taj Mahal on the back
Yeah.
of jeans, like totally for dumb purposes. Um, do you find that you're because we live in this world of kidlit and it is often very sort of silly, or you can be a little quirky, do you find that your sense of humor or your like that you want to break out from the norm of this is the way that comedy has to work, or this is the way that stories have to be told, and you want to be like wild? Or do you like where does your sense of storytelling, like, I mean, all your work isn't like roll on the floor funny unless it's that one kid that you mentioned,
Right.
but like where does your sense of humor and storytelling come from, and is that something that you sort of pride yourself on?
Oh wow.
Sorry,
Oh,
a loaded statement again,
no.
I know.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I think about it quite. Um, I think where my sense of humor comes from is I'm just trying to make myself laugh.
Yeah.
You know, like right now with this drawing, like it's hard. It is very hard to draw and talk at the same time. And so like I was tempted at some point to like start something new, but um, drawing dogs just relaxes me. So I'm just kind of continuing. This guy is, I think, like a pretty relaxed breeder. Like I think this to me is kind of an amusing scenario. Like this guy has just got a lot of dogs that he manages. But I wasn't like, uh, I didn't see this whole image when I started. It was more just like, I want to draw this person, and then I'm going to just draw one dog, and then like it slowly becomes funnier the more you kind of add to it. And I think maybe with children's books, one of the special parts about it is how zany you can get. So you know, that being maybe one type of humor that I appreciate and am actually going to try and replicate in the book that my wife and I are making. It's that idea that you can be silly and you can really kind of be off the wall, because it's like that's the real challenge, right? It's like you're trying to make the children laugh, who read your books, but the parents are the ones who are buying them.
Yep.
So it's like you have to think about it. It complicates the question of who is your audience, and it makes it this. And I think it's a good thing. It makes it more challenging to reach both of them. So like making yourself laugh, I think, is a good start. And then from there, it's like, how do you uh, be honest with yourself, which I think is an enormous part of the creative process, and like, I mean, even go as far as maybe testing your ideas on people, but basically like being honest with yourself, being like, this is funny to me. I don't know if this is gonna be funny for everybody, and that shouldn't prevent you from moving forward with something that just makes you laugh, but you should be prepared that maybe it won't go as far as you hope if it is in fact something that only you find funny.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
it's too much side joke, that's
Right.
that's the challenge. Like there's so many things that I think are hilarious, and I think that is part of the challenge of even like talking about aesthetic or style. There's times where I'm like, this is the funniest thing in the world and everybody needs to know how great this is, but then in reality, um, I look back at it and go like, no, that's just me. No one's gonna care about like how long the whiskers on this cat are, or just asinine uh, just aesthetic choices or whatever it may be.
Right.
But at a certain point, though, you also have to find that threshold where it's like, I got to do it because it just makes me happy.
Yeah.
It's to like, I need to giggle, or I need to be happy with what I've done. And if I keep doing all this, like, just for the audience, like, is that really why I got into this, or is that what's really fun about this career?
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can still make time and room for those jokes. It's like it's. I think it's important to do work that's just for you. Like I try at least to just draw for myself on Sundays because it's a helpful reset, and it like kind of lets me get some of, let's say I'm doing a project that's more serious, like I can get the silliness out of my system. Like sometimes I think you need to do something that is the complete opposite of what you're working on, uh, if only to create some space between you and what you're creating, because you get too close to it, and I think most people know that, like, if you're too close to it, it gets very hard to see it, objectively. So
Is there when you say that you draw for yourself on, you said Sundays?
I try. I mean, yeah. I mean, it doesn't always play out that way, but that's kind of what I tell myself, at least.
Is that, do you have goals when you do that? Like, even when I try to draw for myself, a lot of times I set a goal, and the goal may not be like a finished illustration or anything of the sort, but it may be like, I really want to play with this color for the day, or I want to do, it might be
Yeah.
really simple goals. But do you have goals like that when you start out, or is it really just, I have no idea where I'm going for the day?
It's kind of like I have no idea where I'm going for the day. I'll use an example, and I'm just gonna like this drawing was a really fun one recently. This frog guy, um, and this I was just like sitting on the couch, and I looked at the window, and there was like a tree frog, or not a tree frog, just a frog,
Yeah.
climbing on the window, and I just I think I just started drawing frogs, and I've always loved frogs, and I have drawn them in the past, but I think I just wanted to try and just do something a little bit different with this. So I got pretty fixated on what would be a fun pose, but not getting too technical, right? It's like I'm not trying to figure out what a frog is
Yeah.
capable of.
Yeah.
Um, and then instead I just was like, once I had the frog, and I was like, oh, he's got like a little shelf on him, and I don't know, like you just start to kind of see other opportunities. And then when you're lucky, like this was just like a really fun drawing to make. Um, but you just start to see new opportunities. Like once one idea works, then another idea works, and then another idea works. And um,
No, forgive me because I don't know, but do you sell prints of any of the work that you do?
yeah, so I don't do the best job of managing the store and maybe promoting it, but Imprint is a store that I use, and I like the quality of the prints they make. Full disclosure, if anyone's looking for a printer, I will say that their customer service is not my favorite.
Okay.
It wasn't a good experience a few times, so I would just warn people about that. But yeah, like so.
Is Imprint the one where they print it and ship it out for you?
Yes. Yeah. And they take a decent percentage.
Yeah.
It's like 50%, but shockingly, that's actually on the low end
Yep.
in terms of what percentage some of these companies will take. So yeah, but I just like the quality of the prints with them. I've had success with that. So and yeah, but just like that frog drawing, like just for me. And like it did end up happening. I got lucky because it got picked up and put in a magazine. So, but like I think the reason why is because I was having fun doing it.
Yeah.
Like I didn't try to accomplish any particular goal with that image. It was just like constantly asking yourself the question of like what if, and like just having fun, and like and that's the thing about drawing. This is going to sound like preachy or I don't know what, but it's like it's so many bad drawings, and then you're just constantly just being like, well, this isn't what I want, or like this isn't what I intended, and then every now and then you'll have a day where like it kind of happens without you even noticing, and you just kind of get lost in it, and it just resets that creative clock, for me at least. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
How do you? So one of the questions I asked my students the other day, and I think it's something for artists in general to sort of consider. How do you judge success without a big dollar sign in front of it?
If I don't know. I mean, I struggle with success. You know, I think it's a hard thing to pin down. I think if you're trying to pin it down, you're probably not going to get it. And uh, I don't actually even know what that means, what I just said. But like, it's like I think it changes all the time. You know, I think like the game that we're making, like just the very fact that we've made it. You know, that like that we've made it as far as we have. Like today, the game has a like a page on IGN.com, which is like very, very surreal for me. So I think just powering through the uncertainty, and developing all of those skills that a week ago you said you couldn't. Like so much of it is just kind of like putting your head down and not allowing yourself to like even think about whether or not you're able to do something, and instead just trying to do it before you let like enough doubt creep in that you talk yourself out of it.
Before you get
So,
the possibility of failure, just
yeah,
get it done.
yeah.
Is there is there a threshold in you working where you go like an individual piece is successful, or like how do I put this, like well, I guess the better, I've asked this question this way, and this is probably a better way to ask it. How do you know that you're done? How do you know when to stop?
Um, when your choices start to feel arbitrary, I guess. When you're sort of running out of reasons for doing things. Like I think that like I used to do political cartoons, and I used to, I mean, they were never good. So it's not like I was good at them, but I used to do them. And I remember meeting a cartoonist whose name was Tony Auth, and he sort of was the first to talk to me at least about um, how things in your work should have a reason for being there. Especially with political cartoons, it's like anything that it doesn't belong is just going to distract from what you're trying to say. So I think as soon as you start to make marks that feel like they're distracting from something more important, um, then maybe it's time to start thinking about stopping.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, I'm trying to think of like that idea of when decisions become. I mean, the idea of like when it's arbitrary, or for me, when the decision becomes something that um, you how do I put this? When the decision is no longer challenging, I guess it's the best way I can wrap my head around it. And it's you're not doing anything that is groundbreaking, or not that everything has to be groundbreaking, but that
Hmm.
you're not inventing. I think it's a good sort of like, yeah, a stopping point, or it's basically it's that point like, yeah, where you literally just you are beating a dead horse, and uh, you know what that horse is or how many hits that takes depends on the piece.
Yeah, like, and it's like I think it's also it was that idea earlier of like you put one idea down and then it inspires another idea.
Yeah,
Like if you stop having that experience, then it means that probably you might want to think about stopping. So but it's I think when you do it enough, when you're drawing frequently enough, I think you do get to a place where maybe you at least unconsciously kind of tell yourself like, well, I can always just start another drawing. So when you stop the one that you're currently working on becomes a little bit easier. Like you can kind of just enjoy or learn from the successes of that particular image, and then you can start something new that, like, if you felt like you didn't succeed at one thing that you were maybe aiming for, you can always just kind of start a new image. And that, I think, is something that, like, is another pitfall of digital, is you can always refresh, you can always erase, you can always start over. And so, like, it is possible to kind of just get lost in an image. So another reason to go back to the more traditional media.
Do you? So one of the hot button topics, and I think Sean Harris. Do you follow Sean Harris?
I do, actually. I just got his new book. I'm pretty excited to read it. I haven't read it yet.
Wait, which one's the new one? Is that the?
Not the unicorn one, but the I'm thinking, I think it's Sean Harris. Maybe he did the Space Cat, right? Isn't that? Yeah. He did a book that just won the Nobel with David Egger.
The Newbery one.
Yeah.
The
Newbery, excuse me. Yeah.
Through these eyes, I can't remember what it is now.
The Eyes and the Impossible.
Yeah.
So I haven't read it yet, but I did just get that new book. I'm very excited to read that one.
He just posted today that he did some sort of like online talk about sort of kidlit and whatnot, and he posted a thing saying that what can AI do, or what are AI's tools? And he did say like digital, which is true, and I disagree with that. Obviously, like, I don't think that should stop someone and go like, I shouldn't ever use digital. But I'm wondering, sort of like, you mentioned that idea of jumping back into sort of traditional materials.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering about sort of, is that a concern of yours? The sort of the digital realm is maybe different in the way that it the market handles it.
I would say that it's a double-edged sword, right? Like, digital is allowing me to make children's books, make a video game. Like, I'm not going to deny that, we're already kind of using, assuming we're talking about AI, like, we're using AI already in a lot of different ways that are not quite as difficult to swallow, let's say. And there was definitely a while there where I was having, I was very concerned, because this is how I communicate. This is more than just my career. Like, this is very much my identity. And again, I started when I was 5 years old. Like, imagine, I hate to compare it to something like, I don't know, like losing your eyesight, but it does feel in a way like you're losing a sense that you've developed for your entire life. So I definitely have concerns, but I also was very lucky. Before the new year, my wife and I went to Paris for kind of our very quick honeymoon, baby moon, mini moon. We kind of did it all at once, and we went to Musée d'Orsay, and in Musée d'Orsay is a painting by Van Gogh, and it is a self-portrait, and it's his penultimate self-portrait, and it's before he took his own life. And I've seen it before, and when I saw it the first time, I looked at it for like a half an hour, and then I was worried that when we went this time that it wouldn't be there because there was a special exhibit and we didn't have tickets. But long story short, it was there, and I was able to once again stand in the room with this painting, and I had sort of this moment where I was just like, I feel like he's in the room, like I feel like he made every single one of those marks. I feel like I've got some kind of a glimpse of that moment in his life, just by how anguished the face is that he painted. I mean, it's just this extraordinary painting because at a distance, it's beautiful. It's like turquoise and it's all these light, positive colors. But when you look at his eyes, it's like, oh my gosh, this person is crumbling.
Yeah.
And as much as AI brings to the table, it doesn't bring that. It doesn't. I don't feel like I'm learning anything about anybody who uses artificial intelligence to create something exclusively. It's like it prevents me from getting to know them, or it doesn't allow a bridge, for me to maybe understand who they are and the choices that they make, because they're not making all of those marks.
Yep.
So I think, like anything else, like we will just get to a point where we will probably coexist with it, and there are going to be people who don't care that they don't connect to the artist behind the image, or it's not important for the work that they're doing. But I do think that, you know, it is what it is. I think if you try and I obviously fight it, I'm not saying don't stand up for ourselves.
Let the robot lords overtake you.
But we're still waiting on policy around social media, and I think we're all pretty convinced, or at least a lot of us feel that social media isn't very healthy, but we haven't really done much about that. So except for the recent TikTok news, which I have to admit I haven't read much about yet. But I think it's like there will be people. My hope is that there will be people who will want to see work by people, and if anything, that will become more valued because it will become harder to find. So I think you could drive yourself nuts trying to sort of figure out what to do about it. And I think as long as you're still making work that is coming from you, coming from an honest place, that's your best defense, because I think there are people who are going to want to see what you have to say. So
it's one of those things where I feel like, so let's put it this way. Let me ask you this question, because it's probably the sort of the big question is, do you feel as threatened by it now from when you first heard about it?
No. And look, that could be being naive. Like, I'm sure there are people who are listening to this and just being like, oh, like, oh, he'll see, and maybe I will. But like, to live in fear of it, and to the point where it prevents you from behaving how you might otherwise, that's not helping anybody, and like, so I think to a certain extent you have to kind of stay the course and hope that you're not the only one who feels strongly that like a world with AI is fine, as long as there's still a world for the old-fashioned way, I guess.
I just keep thinking, like, as long as you make good work, like, stop worrying about what's there and just make good work, and eventually you will sort of come out ahead. Like, there's never going to be not a need for good work.
Yeah.
As it's sort of very simple treatment of it, but I do think that sort of that sentiment is the kicker for it all for me.
Yeah, I think it's I think there is such a thing as, it's not how you're saying something, but what you're saying, and like, and I also think that no one can draw like you, so why would you take that away from a potential audience?
Yep.
So, and yourself. So, but we'll see. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. I'm a fairly pessimistic person, which is super fun, by the way. I highly recommend that. Um, it's just, I think you can. I eventually had to kind of just stop worrying about it because you worry about it enough, you're gonna lose a lot of sleep.
Yep, yep, and just keep working. And then it's such a tricky subject. I also think it doesn't hit kidlit as much as potentially some of the other markets that are out there right now.
Hmm.
And so I'm a little bit naive in the sense of I'm looking at it from a very sort of privileged world because it doesn't cover, or it's not good yet at narrative stories.
Right.
It's good at individual images, but not necessarily narrative stories, or it's not good at corrections and the collaborative process. Uh,
Right.
so, in some sense, I'm not as worried about it right now, but I imagine that that's not fair to say that's the only variable at play is that sort of narrative world, because some people live in a conceptual world, and there's already a big challenge going on there with their careers. So,
Hmm.
is there things that you sort of look at topics wise, or topically, in the sense of like the AI thing, or copyright law or that kind of stuff? Do you pay attention to that kind of stuff, or are you sort of uh, a little bit more secluded in your?
Um, I think recently I've just been a little bit more secluded simply because I've been pretty focused on work and just kind of like again like there's a lot of life happening at the moment
Yeah.
with the baby on the way and the game, and then I do have I'm lucky to have some books that are in development, so I think fortunately those are kind of distracting me, and I have I try and keep up because it is important to me, and I think it is important that we're fighting against the, or not fighting against but just protecting ourselves, but I do feel like I could be doing a better job of staying up to speed with things.
Is there are you someone that listens to podcasts?
Yeah, so I've been listening to I did like the podcast Smartless for a while, but recently I've really I don't know, not it doesn't really work for me anymore. But in terms of like creative podcasts, like the Illustration Department,
Yeah.
I enjoy that one. Um, and not
The
not necessarily a creative podcast, but if anyone's looking for one, there's one called Heavyweight, which unfortunately recently ended, but you can still listen to the episodes, and that can be pretty thought provoking.
is that one about?
Uh, it's very different actually. It's about like weights that people carry from events that they've had in life, and it sounds. I mean, they can be heavy weights, so it can be a heavy podcast, but there's one episode that I like to encourage people to listen to. It's episode 16. It's called Rob. And it's just sort of a fascinating exploration of memory, and what we remembered and what is actually true versus what we remember. And so that's like, you listen to a lot of podcasts, and every now and then you find an episode where you're like, wow, that actually got me really thinking. And that's one of those. So.
I was, yeah, when I asking was sort of, yeah, about that, like, illustration department. But what's funny is I don't even really listen to the illustration department all that often,
Mhm.
or 3 Point Perspective. I know they're out there, but like uh, I feel like I might get too caught up, like you said about being pessimistic, that
Mm.
I'd get caught up and be like, oh no, I'm overthinking my career or whatnot. But I think it's good for people who are starting out because it really answers a lot of questions. But potentially for those that are in the career, it can be a little bit dangerous in the sense of uh, it may put too many questions in your head at the end of the day. Um, are you someone that when you work, is that when you listen, or is that like what is your vice
My
when
advice.
you're?
Music, I would say. I try and listen to different music. It's something that I actually think brings a lot of inspiration is um, trying to just always encounter new bands. Like recently, the Vampire Weekend just came out with a new album, and I've been listening to that a lot. Uh, and I don't know. I think it's a great way to kind of power through creative blocks. Sometimes, if you can like find a song that gets you moving, basically, I think that that's a good way to a good part of my creative process is just music.
So last time I did this Gavin Doodle, my wife made fun of me for being a music snob because I was picking and choosing whether someone was into good music or not.
Mm.
Let me music snob it up. What are we listening to?
I mean, it is that Vampire Weekend um, album. I mean, I'm kind of all over the map. I recently got into Chemical Brothers because um, one of the people who I'm very fortunate to be working with shared that they had Chemical Brothers on. Their dad, I think, had Chemical Brothers on all the time when they were growing up. And so her name's McKenna, by the way, the person I'm referring to, and she's great. And she was just saying, like, as a kid, it was like a lot,
Yeah.
but her dad was just like, "You'll thank me one of these days." And anyway, so I obviously was aware of them, but I hadn't listened to them a ton. And sometimes it's helpful to have something like that when you're trying to power through a deadline. So another one like that would be like Nine Inch Nails or Rodrigo and Gabriella. Those are like just ones when I need to like get work done. Um, they are Rodrigo and Gabriella is always reliable.
Guess I don't
Um,
know that one. What kind of music is that?
it's guitar. It's a duo, although I would argue that she's really kind of the engine. And it's, I guess it would qualify as like just instrumental guitar. It's very fast paced. Uh, so that, but then I also, I'll give like a little shout out to the game, actually. The game that we made, we are super, super, super lucky to have my friend Tyler on the project, and he actually goes by the name Blank Forms. It's FOR.ms is his Instagram, and he's got a pretty big following, and he's just very, very talented, and uh, and his work is more deconstructed, and it's like it's almost like he's pulling the music apart. So like I can enjoy that as well. So and then just recently I started listening to Tom Petty's Wallflowers again album because I hadn't listened to that in a while, and I was like, this is a good album. So it's kind of all over the map.
That I again, my wife made fun of me for saying this last time, but good music is good music no matter what the style is. And if you listen to like the best of a specific genre, you're probably going to hear some good stuff, and it may not be your everybody's cup of tea.
Right.
I'm like, if I had students today who said like they don't like modern country, and I'm like, yeah, but there's some, like, if you go back and listen to it, there's probably some stuff in there that you would like, and
Oh,
you're ignoring it because of that, some sort of stereotyped version that's in your head.
I got
Uh,
I got one for you actually. And like my son could prevent me from seeing this show, which I will never forgive him if that's the case. But we have tickets to see Bonnie Raitt coming up. And I as a growing up, I was never much of a country fan, but just somewhere along the line I started listening to Bonnie Raitt, and I was like, I really like this woman and I love her voice, and so hopefully we'll have a chance to, like, we'll be able to find a babysitter and see that show. And that's just, again, like, never thought I would ever say that I was excited to go to a Bonnie Raitt concert. I hope my sister's not watching because she'll tease me to no end, but um, it's true. We're going, and I'm pretty freaking excited about it.
I,
So,
when I was after I got out of school, I formed this term that I've told a few people about, and I know I've mentioned it on here before. A term that I call crotch punch music. the idea the idea behind crotch punch music was at the time when I was in college, I listened to like post punk and hardcore and all these like, I would never listen to anything that was on the radio because that's wimp music or what have you. And then after that, I started listening to like, what's really good every once in a while is a good John Denver song.
Right.
Like yeah, Bonnie Raitt or like Reba McEntire.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Yeah.
And the theory was that if my college self could fast forward into the future, he would come and punch me in the crotch for listening to said music. And like, I'm not ashamed of the music now, but he would be very ashamed of the choices that I have made in my life when it comes to certain music, and would try to exact revenge on me. So you feel free to turn crotch punch music.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. I mean, I think, but yeah, I think it's important, I think, for me at least, to allow your taste to change, and try different things and see what it unlocks. So
I I forget what it was I was listening to the other day. I was like, well, you know what one hit me that, and maybe this is real crotch punch music for me, was I really love Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett.
Oh, wow.
Now,
Okay.
I'm not saying I like Jimmy Buffett in general, but if that song comes on the radio, yeah, like I'm singing along to that sucker. He has a line about losing a flip flop on the hot top, like
Yeah.
kind of line.
He's getting at the real problems,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walking home and his blender's already got some margarita mix in it.
I mean,
Like
been there, it's like
he's hitting the heavy hit of topics there with it.
yeah.
It's that would be one for sure that I would go back in my life and go, why did you ever say that you liked you liked Jimmy Buffett? But there ain't nothing wrong with him.
Nope.
He's got some talent.
Yep. As long as he gets you moving, that's really all that matters.
No, that's one. That's one that I probably won't. I probably should erase from this later, like, and edit it out so it's just me mumbling, or some sort of like weird garbled mess, so no one knows that I actually was talking about Jimmy. I don't know if he's in your oeuvre of
my oeuvre. Well, I mean, truth be told, then I don't know if I had much of the way, like how much I was deciding this, but I did go. It was the first concert I ever went to. It was a Jimmy Buffett concert.
See?
Yeah.
Now, did you like it, or were you forced?
I mean, it was the last Jimmy Buffett concert I ever went to. So I mean,
that must have been pre-Margaritaville era, or you went for the follow-up Cheeseburger in Paradise.
Yeah, that I don't. It's hard to remember. It was many moons ago, and I remember walking around the parking lot and seeing the parrot heads and everything like that, and I was like, all right, this is a community I wasn't aware of before.
Wait, how old were you?
I must have been, I don't know, man, like 14.
Okay.
13 or 14. And yes, I did wear a Hawaiian shirt when I went, and plenty of therapy has been had for that. And
wait, who took you to this?
I went with some friends. Like we all went together. So I don't think any of them would admit to it. I mean, if I were to like phone a friend right now and be like, "Hey, remember?" They'd be like, "Nope," and they hang up, But
get off my phone, liar.
Yeah, but it is the truth. So
I love that you have finally come clean, and the world will no longer judge you.
Yeah, almost got away with it.
Yeah. You admitted too much. Do you want me to redact some stuff off of this now?
No, it's better to be upfront.
Yeah.
I am I am sorry to say, but I do think that I might be. It might be time for me to to sign off pretty
Okay,
soon. So
okay, no worries.
yeah.
You got plenty on your plate. Uh, that's I will sort of give you the 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 time here to one to plug the game for anybody that's listening.
Okay.
They
Yep.
all know when does it come out, what's it called, who worked on it, where they can find that trailer. Let's start with that.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I can't share a release date yet because we haven't gotten that far. But today we did share that we're being published by a fellow traveler. The name of the game is Pine, A Story of Loss, and it's going to be available on. I actually don't know what we've announced it for, so I might hold off on saying that. But you'll be able to play it. It'll be very accessible, pretty darn soon. And so and and yeah, it's definitely different from like the work that I did today. It's a more of a somber experience. But take a look. The trailer is on YouTube. And wish list it if you like. Is usually how you kind of like reserve a game, or you stay in the loop of it. So
Is there um, is there plans for other trailers and things in the future, or is it sort of a
yeah, this was kind of just the teaser, so I think we're gonna reveal more information like about like the release date and those kinds of things. So if you follow me on Instagram, then then I'll be announcing those things there. And the name of our studio is Made Up Games. So because the game community is on Twitter, it's we also have a profile there called Made Up Games BK. So because we started when we were back in Brooklyn,
yeah?
but but yeah, so it's coming, and would love for people to play it.
Cool. We
Yeah,
will.
yeah.
People,
And thank you again for having me. It was cool to draw with you, and I hope I answered the questions well enough. And,
you
you know,
you did fabulous. You
great.
you answered questions and more, and I can't thank you enough for joining us tonight. And at the end of the night, I will post this onto Instagram, and I'll tag you so you have so you can go back and watch and listen to yourself, which is always a fun ride. And then
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
on YouTube over the weekend of some sort for folks to tune in and catch it in a different venue.
great. Well, thank you everyone. For joining. It was cool hanging out with whoever was able to make it, and yeah, I'm just gonna sign off with a little. I've never been fond of y'all as the like. That's not a word I'm fond of, but I feel like
It,
it kind of fits.
yeah. Well, again, thank you, and yes, thanks y'all. Uh,
Yeah.
is there some Philly? Because we started off with you talking about Philly. Is there some Philly sign off? Uh,
Yeah. I mean, you could say like I'm sure you've heard of the word John. So
cool.
like John is this catch-all word that literally means nothing and everything at the same time. So like this John was great. Or
Whoa, I've never heard that.
yeah. I'm actually not even really sure I know how to spell it. But John is a word that is like a Philly word.
Interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll have to ask my father-in-law's from Philly, so I will have to ask him if that's a word
Yeah.
new. But again, thank you. Good luck on little one.
Thank you.
At some point, because you're close by, we should meet up and see each other face to face at some point in the future.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Yeah, definitely. Let me know the next time you're passing through Portland, and yeah, it would be great to grab a coffee or something.
Will do. All right, go have a lovely evening. Tend to your pregnant wife.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
All right, folks. So again, that was Tom Booth. and it was wonderful that he was able to come join us for the day or for the evening, or depending on where you are, and chat with us. Go check out that trailer for Pine. It's pretty awesome looking. I know I will be partaking in that when that officially releases in the future. But I know of Tom. Oh, we got blurry factor, huh? It just jumped to me, but I'm like blurry like crazy. Well, I could also start a second feed now in just 1 second once I glue this little chunk of color down, and then we lose the blurry factor and can start with a nice clean slate. So give me 1 second. Let me just paste down this dark tone here that I'm trying to get like curtains. That's what I call these, curtains. I'll explain when we get back on. So anybody that's watching, what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue making for the night until I get this piece done, whatever that done looks like. And what I'll do for now is I'm going to stop the feed because we got blurriness. I will restart the feed. If you would like to join me back, just hop back on. I'll be coming back in just 1 second. So give it about 2 minutes and I'll be back on live. All right. Hey, 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 everybody. Welcome to part 2 of Gavin Doodle. This time it's me, Gavin, with you, which means you got to ask me questions. You can't just sit back on your big old bums and think he'll just talk without any sort of sense of reason. What I need from you all is I need you to talk to me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in this comment section, it says, ask me, that's me, anything. And boy, do I mean it. I mean it, mean it, mean it, mean it. And so I'm going to post that, and then I'm going to pin that comment. So I'm working on this piece. He's a pirate. I'm actually not in love with his face, and I might completely redo his face. How's that sound? Is that crazy talk? To redo the face there? I'm not feeling it right now. And so I know he's got this lovely beard and all, and like, but it feels very Muppety to me, and I don't want a Muppet. And so I'm wondering, can I do something that feels wildly different on top of what's already there without having to like really rework that? Can I make something that without having to like peel up stuff? Can I go hide some of that and then like work back on top of it? Do I need to build a separate face in there? Do I need to paint the face? Maybe I just need to paint it and see what happens. It feels very Muppety, and I'm not feeling the Muppety side of it. I don't want it to just be like, oh, you just drew a Muppet. Isn't that nice? That's not what this is about. So let's go see what happens if I get a little bit sillier, willier, snillier, gillier. So what kind of questions we got? What's your top 5 favorite things to illustrate? Thank you, Caveman Designs. Favorite things to illustrate. Number 1. I like bears. I don't know why. I draw a lot of bears in my work. I mean, I do sort of know why, to be honest. One of the reasons why I like drawing bears, or I like drawing certain things, is I like certain shapes, and I like that sort of like, the best way I can describe it is a bit of a rotund shape. And I'll draw it for you here in a second. Let me just get some color down on this so it feels more in line with the skin tone of said pirate. That's how you say parrot. Not parrot, pirate in a fun way. Pirate. I don't know if that makes any sense. So, hold on, I'm just trying to get this last little bit of this color. Come up. Da, 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 da. Dee, 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 dee. Okay, this is what I mean. I like this shape. Like a big arch. And so it's very easy to go and just go, let me put ears on it and a nose on it.
and some eyes, and you got yourself a lovely little bear. So that is definitely up there. Mice are fun because they're big ears. I like, let's see, what else do I like? Bugs are fun. Bugs are always kind of fun to draw. And is there anything else that's in that sort of, that world that I'm like, this is the thing that I'm trying to think back to like what I always draw. So it's not just what do I like to draw, but what shows up all the time. It's primarily animals. So that's a consistent thing. I don't like drawing people all that much. I mean, I'll do it, but it's not my go-to. As you can see, I'm ripping up a person's face as I speak. What other things do I like to draw? Buildings. I like drawing houses, but there's a specific shape to a house that I draw quite often. And I would venture to say, when I say buildings, like there's a certain type of building I like. I like brownstones. I'm not big into drawing skyscrapers, but like brownstones, and I love tall things like smokestacks. When I draw those on buildings, I always think that's really fun. I'm not a detail person, let's put it that way. I've never been a detail person. Don't expect me to draw a bunch of little details on things. So don't expect it. I don't know why I said it that way, like it was something like you're expecting it, and I don't like the fact that you're expecting it. Let's see, does that cover up enough? That covers up a little bit better. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this down to a different shape here. Oh, I was gonna use this. That's right, I was gonna use a different tone paper. Here we go. I don't know if that answered the question, but that is that's as close as I'm gonna get right now. As close as I'm gonna get right now. Let's see, I wanna get this I like this idea of this weirdly wide head that doesn't make a lot of sense up in here. Up in this. I don't know for what purpose. I just like that idea of this wide head. Maybe not that wide. Maybe that's a little crazy. But something like that. Let's see. If it doesn't cover up enough, I can peel away a little bit more and manage some of the other stuff. But I think that sort of irregularity of that. All right, so I'll stick that down and I'll manage some of these other tones that are in here. So like, I need to cut away a little bit of this just because it's sticking up. So we can. Oh, collage and gluing stuff down. What a pain you can be sometimes. What are the questions we got, folks? Let's see. What kind of questions? What are some questions that popped up in my life recently? Here's some stuff that students today and I were doing presentations, and one of the things I did for choosing who would go next in the presentation is I let the students choose some sort of fun game, and that game had to be how they would decide who would go next. So the equivalent of someone might say, who can make the funniest sound, or who can do this, who can do that. And one of the questions that came up was weird food combinations. Like whoever has the most weird food combination would be the person to go next. And so people were talking about like strange combinations. I had a student who said that they like to eat marshmallows with mustard. That student is no longer with us. I have taken care of them for us all. There is another student who liked peanut butter on their hamburgers. I'm trying to remember all the weird. There were a couple of weird ones the mustard on marshmallows was definitely a strange one, and I do not appreciate the fact that they said that was their choice. They can live in eternity in a place of ill repute because of that choice. But do you all have hello? Mrs. Kyo, how are you? I'm trying to remember other gross food combinations that we talked about today. Maddie, if you have memory of any gross food combinations, throw them out there. What did people say? Because I'm drawing a blank. For people, watch this, Maddie. If you're still on, hey everybody, look at that. There's a person on right now. Their hashtag, their handle is Nemesis Kyo. It's NEMESISKYO. Go check out their work. Go look at their work on Instagram. They do amazing work. This is a student of mine right now that's about to graduate, and they deserve all your attention. And you should go look at their work and give them praise. And what was the thing? What'd you say? Oh, pickles and peanut butter. Yeah. Again, these are some choices that people make in their life that I don't necessarily agree with, and I think that are problematic, and that they should be put behind bars or challenged to a fight on a regular basis because of these choices that they have made in their lives. Because it's not appropriate. It's definitely not appropriate to bring up some weird, gross combo of food like that. I'm trying to think if there was any other strange ones. We had some, not necessarily food things in the afternoon class, but we did have some fun questions and things that sort of came out of it. I'm trying to think if there was any ones I can remember off the top of my head. Still like ketchup and scrambled eggs. I feel like that's a common one. I feel like that one's not that out there, but I don't agree with that either. It seems weird to me to have. I mean, I don't like ketchup to begin with. Hot take. Barbecue sauce, 100%. If I have to choose, I'm going barbecue sauce every day, because it's just outright better than ketchup. Let's see, what other questions do we have today that would be fun to pose to people? Because no one's jumping in. Fish with a pole hasn't said anything yet. Aaron Meyer, nothing. Hasn't said anything. So I got to keep challenging here. What other things do we... my wife and I just finished watching 3 Body Problems on... what was that on? Was that Netflix? Well, we finished the season. I mean, I don't know if it's going to have another season. I hope so. But it was pretty good. And then I don't know what we're watching next. There's probably something in the queue at this point. Students today were talking about Fallout and how we should watch Fallout at some point. Nemesis Q says, "What you working on?" Oh, tonight. Pirate. I had a lot of people, especially in the afternoon class, put up cowboy and western images, and it made me think about sort of like prideful old-timey people. And so we got we have a pirate that is here that will be eventually we'll have some pig friends that are next to him that will be documenting where the treasure is buried. But first I gotta get the pirate done. It's gonna be a long night because I started over, and it means I have a lot of work to get done to get this up to the level that I want it. But we will get there. Sorry, Lauren. Yeah, if you don't make it, that's okay. You can check out when you need to check out. All right, let's get that nose in there for Sid. Pirate. Thank you, Nemesis Q. We're getting there. We are getting there. I'm trying to figure out, like, how much of a nose do I want to get in there and how big these eyes should be and all these fun things. I made huge eyes before, but I feel like they're not huge. I made huge eyes in my drawing, but I want to be mindful of that in drawing and give this character eyes that make sense. I think I already screwed up one of those eyes, so let's try redoing it. Let's see, we have it going, yeah, that way. I like the idea that the eyes have a little bit of a slant to them. They're sort of leaning one direction. Let's see, what shape does that need to be? If I hold this upside down, it needs to go big on that side, yeah. There we go. I got it figured out. Let's see. What is the question? What time period would you like to live in? Like if you were transported back in time? Oof. That's a challenging question because I feel like if you go back in time, there's so many bad problems in the world. Not that there's tons of bad problems now, but I feel like things are more problematic. Like it would be kind of cool to see what the Wild West was like, but then you also have to factor in that like people were not treated perfectly at that time. Let's put it that way. And the expectations on certain genders and things of the sort are not super kosher in my mind. And like, you know, so if it's going back to just see, that's one thing. But if it's live, I don't want to go back that far. Like I'd probably want to go back to like as far as the 80s, and that's about it. And even that is challenging on a multitude of levels. If I could go back and live in a time wherein like that wasn't a concern, I'm trying to think what would be like a cool, like what would I like to see when it was up and running is maybe a better way. Like I think it'd be kind of cool to see sort of like castles when castles were real and they weren't just a sort of broken down husk of a building. I like the idea that you know, at one point there was a lot of the castles were actually like painted and decorated in a way that we don't know now because it's all washed away and it's just the stonework that's left. Definitely Wild West would be pretty cool, to be honest. Like to see how, like, if there really were like cowboys walking down the street and the cling clang of their spurs. Like to me, that would be pretty awesome to actually see that for a moment. But I don't think that's actually how it was. I think that's probably just some sort of false notion made by TV. Going back to the 60s and 70s, mainly 70s for like soft rock era. And go and listen to some like smooth soft rock of that time frame would be pretty rad. What other eras would there be? Crotch punch music, yeah. Really do myself in there for that. For anybody that didn't tune in before, crotch punch music is the music that I listen to now that my college self would show up in the future and punch me in the crotch because they'd be so ashamed of what I'm listening to. And so if I were playing something like Wayne Newton, I'm like, yeah, let me listen to some Wayne Newton today. That my college self would show up and be like, how dare you? You ruined us, and then punch me in the crotch. Hollywood cowboys. Cowboys were typically, yeah, Asian and African Americans. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think it is what we've seen on TV, and therefore, I don't think it's gonna have the same like pizzazz. I'll be like sort of horrified probably by the reality of what's there. Or it would be so like non-cool. It would just be like daily things, and it's just a bunch of like stinky people. And that's all I would get out of it. And I'm like, that's not fun either. So a bunch of stanks. That's a technical term. A bunch of stanks. Let's see. All right, let me. I can't do that yet because that's. And Nemesis Kyo, Amadi, what would be your go-to? What would be the era that you'd want to go to? You ask the question, you got to follow it up with a good answer. If it's not a good answer, then I have to kick you off here for the night. You don't get to stay on. That's the way it works. I'll do a little. No, that don't work. Okay, never mind. I know. Ooh, I go back to medieval times. A Knight in Disguise. Quickly take a picture of the 50s. What do you mean a Knight in Disguise? No, it's just Gil. What do you mean? What do you mean by Knight in Disguise? I mean, my wife's saying disguise yourself like a knight. I understand disguising yourself as a knight. I get that concept, but like, for what purpose? Like, is that something that's just like a known thing that like, if you disguise yourself as a knight, you can do bad things? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know if it was like some like nefarious, like, well, then I can sneak up and stab people with my sword. But okay, I got you loud and clear. For anybody, it just said that typically they'd be men, and to be a non-gender specific would be fun to break those rules. So I got you loud and clear. Oh, you know what else I'd love to see? I'd love to see like feudal Japan. That'd be kind of cool too. Allison, hello. You're on a bus. Where's that bus going to? That bus has got to be going somewhere. I hope. If it's not, get off that bus and run. It's probably a real creep. Back to campus eventually. What bus are you on? Don't be a liar. What is it? Yeah. Who are you with? When are you going to be home? You're not allowed to be out cruising around with that troublemaker, Scott. From what I hear, he's been known to poop in his pants, and that's not okay in anyone's book. Oh, you saw a musical. It's funny how you're not saying what musical. It's as if you're ashamed of what the musical is. It's probably some like Smurfs the musical or something like that, and then you're gonna be so embarrassed that you just wouldn't mention it to the audience here. I was trying to think of like what would be a bad musical, and that's the best I could do was Smurfs the musical, and I know it's not. it's not as good as it could have been. It should have been a better pick than that. Pants pooping allegations. Hadestown. Where was that at? Was that at the North Shore Music Theater? We're getting my pirate in here. The pirate's finally starting to come together. Pirate's taking a while to get where it is. I don't even know if this is the right. No, that's not the right color. Where was this color that I used? There it is. The Bosch Theater. Oh, I don't even know where that is. Isn't Bosch like a brand of refrigerator or something? I shouldn't be asking college students what brands of refrigerators there are. I'm sure it's not a super like cool topic for being in college. Yeah, when we go back to our dorms, you know what we like to talk about? Dishwashers. Oh man, if I get my hands on a Sub-Zero fridge, that's the topic of the night. Allison, thank you for the pirate love. Pirate love. The only kind I know are the ones that are running. Oh, Allison. I assume that you were going to get a good grade in the class, and then you go and do something like that, and all bets are off. All bets are off. I'm trying to see if I might actually shrink the size of this. What I was going to do is, okay, maybe that's what I do. Maybe I just don't need it so big. What happens if I cut this off? Because I also like them being a little bit off center too. So maybe I'll trim that away. And I was going to put a boat in, so it's like the boat is there, and some little piggy wiggies in there. I know that doesn't make any sense. Have I thought about doing a Mexican wrestler piece? I should. Honestly, that's probably that's a good one to do later, because I could play it, you're right, with the colors and some of the fun styling of it. I could probably get away with a lot with that. I'm going to trim this piece down. Where's my ruler? Here's my ruler. Let's take off a chunk of this. How much should we take off? Let's, it's a question of how tight do I want to get to them. That's actually probably pretty good right about there. All right. I will try to do that, whether it be this next week or maybe the week after. I will try to do a luchador for the sake that they're pretty awesome, and I should put one in my portfolio again, because for anybody that doesn't know, I showed them, all the students, my college work, and I did a lot of Mexican wrestlers or luchadors at the time. It was a thing I was really into, and so it showed up quite often in my work. But it wasn't people, it was always inanimate objects. The piece that I showed them was of kazoos that had masks on and were wrestlers, because that's how I operated. So I'm going to trim off a little bit off the top too, just to keep this guy somewhat in a good proportion for where. I'm trying to figure out how much to cut off. Up there. That's probably pretty good. Okay. It just makes my job easier for the night, being that I only have I want to be done in an hour. Trimming off a little extra doesn't hurt. Let's put it that way. There we go. That's the stuff I didn't need. Let's throw that stuff away. Put it in the recycling. Okay, so let's make our boat. It's just the helm of the boat that sort of pokes in over here. I gotta find the right color combo. Let's see, do I have any scraps that would work? That could possibly work. Let's see what I can get out of this. Jorge R. Gutierrez, it reminds me of your art. Fun graphic shapes and bright colors. I'll have to look that one up. I don't know that one. If ask me about it next class, and I'll if I have not seen it by then, I will definitely go look that up. And you can point out the pieces that you want. And I'll say, cool. Cool. Like that. Because that's how I speak. Cool. Let's get a fun little, like, pokey part that comes up here like that. Okay. Except I want that to be Nemesis Q, if you're still on, one of the things I would suggest, I don't know, since it sounds like you came in too late. My guest already left. No, I would say go back and watch part 1 that's already up there at some point, because Tom Booth, who is the guest tonight, did a lot of concept art and character design for films and things of the sort. And he's a good resource for that kind of stuff, and go look at his work. He also is working on a video game right now that we talked a little bit about, called Pine, that just released a trailer today, that I think would be good for you to go and sort of poke around at and look and see what's listed, what the sort of story is behind it and whatnot, just as a concept art person. I think you would like it. Where'd that go? There it is. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little bit of magic. I mean, aesthetically, it may not be your aesthetic. I don't know. You'll be able to learn something from him, but he's very, very good with shape and character design and whatnot, and has worked on a variety of different major productions and whatnot. So go check him out. I meant to tell the students about Tom today. He's if you go look it up, it's Tom Will Tell is his, like, TOMWILLTELL on Instagram. And so go look him up. Look him up. Like a buttercup. Look him up. Try to get this a little. Put your hand. Let me see. Try to make it so that stands out a little bit. So if I put it on here, it's not so even. So do that. I'm going to get a little bit of more of this right here and sort of blend and whatnot. A bit of water. Move some of that around. Throw that in there. I'm talking now. This is pretty exciting, everybody. There we go. I'm gonna let it dry for a second. I'm gonna draw some lineage on it. I wonder if I can do that with. Do you have any fun colored scraps? It would be fun to, like, line up that sucker. Maybe I could do it with this. Wait, let me see. I'll do this. It's a messy job tonight getting this one done. is this? This is Holbein Ash Green. A little bit of the fluorescent opera pink. And get something that's maybe a little bit on that sort of like purpley side. A little bit black. Get that black in there a little bit more. A little bit more of that pink color, and then I want a little bit of the raw sienna. What I'm trying to do is make that little like seam that runs up the center of the boat. And I don't even know what to call that. But I just want some of these colors in here so it has a little variety to it. And I'll stick that down on that piece. And then draw the wood chunks. And then put the boat in there. Nemesis Q. I'm using acrylic wash. So this is Liquitex acrylic wash. It's I think cheaper than Holbein. I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than Holbein, but it's they have a decent selection of colors. It's definitely not the variety that Holbein has, but it's also the brand that's local, so I can very easily go get it, and so it's not as challenging for me to have to hunt it down. But I do have some little Holbein tubes too, but it's easy access sort of set up on it, so that's why I gravitate towards that one. But if I had Holbein around, I'd probably have a huge collection of Holbein too, and that would probably be not very cost efficient for me. There we go. Okay, so I can get this boat in here like so. So let's see. Let's trim off a little chunk right there. I can actually go behind. Well, no, I want to have it up. I want to have it pointed up. That's probably pretty good, like that. Okay, so let me stick this down. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to glue. Marty, are you working on something tonight? Do you have a project that's eating away at you? Some homework, like a final image for your senior business class, senior illustration business practice class that your teacher so lovingly dumped on you all at the last few days? Is that what you're working on? For those that are joining, I'm just trying to wrap up a piece that I did on my Caveman Doodle with Tom Booth, totally 100%. Trying to finish elements of this guy and get it sort of to a point where I'm happy with it. Right now I'm sort of putting in little final touches for the pirate ship that's docked off a ways. Or beached or what have you. And I'm going to do a little pirate flag and some other things sort of hanging off of it. And originally I was going to have a bunch of pigs. I don't think that's going to happen tonight. Just time-wise, it'd take way too long and compositionally be kind of hard to fit in here. But I can at least get a little pirate ship in there. Let's see, I'm going to tuck those around the corner. Okay, now that that's done, now I can come back in and I can actually put in some colors into this sucker. Look at this. I say sucker a lot when I draw. This sucker, that sucker, one of those suckers. I don't know why I do that, but I do that. Draw that in, and then now I'm going to come back and I'm going to go. You were able to restore my D&D folder in Procreate, so I saved all. It was good. Oh, awesome. How long did it take to restore your iPad there? Or was it the whole iPad, or was it just Procreate that you were restoring? Is my face. Oh, the iPad. Okay, yeah, gotcha. I don't know if I've ever had to factory restore my software, but more power to you. I feel like he still needs some fun blues clues. Doodle doo 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 blues clues. Like, should I have some water? No, that's weird. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second. I'm wondering if I should have blue running across the bottom of this. And so that's like water there, and the boat is here, and he's screaming at somebody up here. This is where it needs to go. That means I gotta get a big chunk of blue, though. That's the challenge. Do I have any scrap that I can use? Doodle-doodle-doo. Where is my little thing of? Here it is. A feather on the hat? Yeah, I can do a feather on the hat on this guy. I mean, do pirates have feathers on their hats? I don't know if they did. Warren finished restored during class, so I came back to him. Yeah, really, I don't know if pirates had feathers on their hats. Doesn't mean I can't put one on. I just gotta make sure it's accurate, you know. I don't want to have false history in this piece because it's just, some of them did. My wife's fighting for your cause here, saying some of them did. And that's not a like straightforward like you really nailed it this time, Marty, but some of them did is an answer. Let's see, I need more of this. A whole bird. Just a chicken, a rotisserie chicken sitting there somewhere. Let's see, let's get a little bit of this fluorescent opera pink into this mix here. Just trying to get a variety of colors, so it's not so pure. There we go. I can probably slice and dice that into pieces. I'm gonna let that sit off to the side. Okay, I need... What? That's when pirates were? I mean, it may be true, and it may be perfectly fine. It just... I don't know. This is a student My wife says that she thinks it is true, and I'm saying it's a student that brought it up, and so you can never trust a student because they're probably trying to like throw me under the bus and trying to get me to do it, and then all of a sudden someone's gonna write in and go, "Oh, I can't believe you put a feather on a pirate hat," and then I'm like, I knew it. I'm upset and angry, and the whole world's laughing at me. I think it's hilarious that I fell for that. That's why I don't know if I agree. I can't trust these people. They're out to get me. This is where like I turn into a conspiracy theorist. The whole world's out to get me, and I don't like it. Oh, now my wife agrees. She's fighting against me, people. She's on your side, not mine. Never has been on mine. She's always fighting against me and challenging me on every. Now it's turned into that part of the show. I looked up mainly captain, so if not a captain, then no. I think we got a captain. I just where on the hat is the only question I have. On the side? Oh, I guess I could. Yeah, I could do a big old like stinky feather up there. I don't know why stinky, but yeah. Plumage. Yeah, I don't know why I said stinky. What? I don't know what that means though. I don't know why I said stinky. It just doesn't make any sense. Let's get this boat in here. Let's get this boat in here. Let's get this treasure chest. Let's get this chest in here. Da. Put a little highlight some coins there. Okay. Let's see. Hat decorations on the left side. They were tokens of love. Ooh! Love. Gross. Love is for grossos. Nasty people. Ew. People should never be in love. That's yuck. Ew. It'd be funny if I made the feather like poke off the edge. At least it would be to me. So funny. So funny. So funny. If I do it like up here like that. That could work. No, I'll jazz it up a little. You know how we do. Okay, let's see. Oh, is that done yet? That's not done yet. All right, we're getting there. Let's see. Let me get this sheet of tracing paper off of here. Let's see, we got something from RC Paper Cat, which I like the name. Hello. I've been watching your chats and wondering what kind of paint you use on your tracing paper. Would love to hear about your fave materials. Well, let me inform you. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Let me inform you. I'm using a mixture of things. I'm using 3 different variables generally. So I got Liquitex Heavy Body Acrylics. I only use that in black and white. Titanium White and Mars Black. I use a few tubes every once in a while of acrylic wash, Holbein brand. I only have like 6 tubes, maybe 7 tubes of it. Oh, I have another color over there I forgot about. And then I use a ton of Liquitex acrylic wash versus their soft body acrylics. The acrylic wash just goes down a little bit flatter and it's a little bit easier to draw on. And I did introduce just recently a couple things of golden fluid acrylics just because they had a punchy yellow. And I really love this color they have that's called Titan Green Pale. It's just a fun sort of like soft green. Let's put it that way. A soft green. I don't know why I said it like that either. A soft green. Let's get this undulating a little bit. And so like, oh, see, now we're talking. There's a little bit of water there. I think it could undulate more. Let's see if I can get to undulate just a little bit more here. Whoa. Undulation. I'm singing to you all about undulation. It probably prints true to color. Yeah, it probably would. I would think that it wouldn't have issues color-wise. That color specifically. There. That helps quite a bit, honestly. I might put this little bit of water, as the French call it. Water. Down at the bottom here. Okay, so let me glue that baby down. Let's see. RC Paper Cat, thank you. Do you water the paints down or use them fairly straight up? Generally watered down. It depends on the color. Some of them are a little bit transparent, and so you can just go straight with the color. But for the most part, I water them down so that I get some form of transparency out of them. And so it's because if I'm doing the collage, like in this case, like this part I'm putting down here has to kind of cover up some stuff, but you can still see through little moments of it. But I try to allow some little see-through spots, but I think I've gotten in honestly, I've gotten in a bad habit of going a little too opaque with them right off the bat. And I need to go back. Maybe that's a challenge I need to do in the next piece that I do, is to really like do a piece that truly is about the transparency and not just about collage paper. Because I do think I've gotten a little bit heavy-handed with the opaqueness on some of them. And so that might be a beneficial thing to consider. But for the most part, I go relatively transparent or watered down with the pigments. And that's somewhat just so I get like in the background here, you can see where stuff's layered, or you can see through some of the textures and whatnot that are there. But some of the pieces I started with early on in doing collage stuff, I was a little bit more transparent. I could probably go back to that a little bit just for the sake of quality of the piece. So let's see, I'll put this little I'm gonna make this guy white. Honestly, I think it needs to be white. So let's get some white pigment on it. Why did I say pigment? White paint on it. I guess I could just cut this out of white. That'd be so much easier. I have to sit there and paint it again. So let's see, it just needs to go like this here, and then that way, trim this way. Got a little pirate feather. Little feather. One of them little feathers. We have a cat upstairs that's making a lot of noise. Trying to get some airtime. That's our cat, Beans. Beans is a kitty cat. His real name is Beans, but on some paperwork is known as Jelly Beans. And then our vet sent me a thing saying, hey, Jelly's due for a vet visit. And I'm like, who is Jelly? I didn't even know. And not until they sent out, said Jelly, our cat, isn't due for a vet visit until June something or other. And they sent it out in April. And it's like, I get it, you want me to show up to the appointment. But like, I don't need that much of a heads up. I'm pretty responsible. You don't have to tell me twice, you know? That's what I say. Oh, you can. Okay, let's see if I got these. His eyes in there finally. He's not happy. Thank you, Molly. RC Paper Cat, say hi to the wifey for me. Can do. Hey, wifey. RC Paper Cat says hi. Says hey. Hey, girl. The wifey says, hey, back at you. Oh, there it goes. She's on it. Says, what's up, queen? Or something like that. Sometimes she says that to me too, but only in private, if you know what I mean. I don't know what I mean. I'm sorry, everybody. That was uncalled for. I should never mention stuff like that ever again. She told me I had to. Hey girl, hey. Charles Santoso coming in live from around the world. How you doing, Charlie? Charles Santoso with the moso. No, that one didn't work out. I tried. Dark Hoffman? Did someone say Dark Hoffman? Oh, Dark Hoffman came up. Who's Dark Hoffman? Nemesis Q. I have to like extra pronounce it. Q. Who's Dark Hoffman? Explain who Dark Hoffman is, because I don't even 100% know. I know that it's a name that students use around school about me, but I can't guarantee I know what it means. Is Dark Hoffman cooler than regular Hoffman? Regular Mark Hoffman? Because I know that's not true. Is Dark Hoffman like the more tan version of me? Because I know that's not possible. Katie! Ooh, what's up with that? That's got some stinky color in it. There we go. Ew, orange. Get some other little orange coins out here. Doubloons, as they're called. Wet treasure, yeah. Okay, Katie, yes. Help define what Dark Hoffman is, because I'm not 100% sure. And I'm sure that it's probably super amazing, and it's something that everybody in the world needs to know about. But I've never quite understood it. Is it like a side of me that comes out at certain points during the day? Is it even me, or is it some weird version that everybody needs to... I'm going to put a bunch of coins up here too. This pirate ship is just filled with coins. Means I have to go and color all these, which is a pain, but I can do it. Katie's not helping with the Dark Hoffman thing. Katie popped in and then bolted. Knew that there's no way to define what Dark Hoffman is, and then had to get out of town. Hop on a horse, go right out of town. Come on, pigment. Need to... get that Monet. Get that Monet. This paint marker is acting a little funny. Funny. In case anybody didn't know, I am tired. Katie, how's the pasta working for you? It's okay. I think there's times where it's problematic and there's times where it's good. I like it for when I have to do little tiny lines on things, but not necessarily for the entirety of a piece. So the equivalent of doing lines on this pirate shirt is kind of helpful to have, because I don't have to break out my little tiny brush. The downside is sometimes it doesn't stick in the best way for the surface that I'm working on, because I have some glue and other things that are on the board. and so it can be a little bit challenging in that manner. But for the most part, they're okay. I got a big collection of different colors and whatnot. And the challenge is, like, there's certain colors I absolutely love that I'll use over and over and over again. And then there's other colors that I have where it's like, it'll work for just like one little blip on a piece, but then not much after that. And so I go through certain colors. Like the color that I love is this, what is this called? Coral pink. I love me this coral pink. I think it's a sort of awesome color just in general. In fact, I wonder if maybe pink coins instead of orange coins would be fun. I think it would look kind of cooler than just the standard orange. I gotta get this pigment coming out. Pigment coming through. Pigment coming through. Pigment. Who once belonged to the pigment? Who once belonged to the pavement? Pigment. Pavement. If you all question why my wife puts up with me, that's a question you will need to ask her. Let's get those highlights back on those. Now they're little pink coins. Pink coins instead of orange coins. Actually, orangey pink coins. Orangey pink coins. I went to school with orangey pink coins. How's everybody doing? My favorite is the plum red color. Let's see, wait, do I have that one? That maybe what I got red wine. Do I have a plum red? I got oh, that's just plain red. What's that one? Oh no, that's a different brand. I don't know if I have a plum red. Oh, this may be it. No, that's dark red. Oh, it's just red. I don't know if I have a plum red. What's that one? Fuchsia. Ooh, fuchsia's kind of fun. Huh. Maybe I put a little fuchsia on this one. Hot take. No, we never found out who Dark Hoffman was. So, red wine. Red wine. Where is that? Is that this one? Yeah, red wine. It's a nice sort of like purpley color. Fuchsia's just brighter. Fuchsia. Let's see what the fuchsia looks like. So I still don't know what Dark Hoffman is. I'm waiting. There's also, up in the animation studio, there's a little picture that says Bark Hoffman. It's a dog. That's me. It's a little dog that has my glasses on. Katie explained it. He did? Where did Katie explain it? Did I miss it? Not on here. You just said, how's Posca working for you? I don't see Katie explaining nothing. That's a lie. You can't talk about I screwed it up. Dark Hoffman. And then just drop the ball like that. Let's see what happens if I add a little bit of this. Ooh, that's a punchy color. Let's see. A little bit more of that, like, ridiculously bright side. I kind of dig it. Maybe not for this piece, though. Maybe not for this piece. I'll cover that back up. Ooh, I split the difference there. Nice. I like it. I like it. I'm still waiting on this Dark Hoffman thing. People throw it out there and then there's no follow-up. It makes me think it's not real. It'll make sense when you see it. Otherwise, I understand the concern, but when you see it up close, or not up close, but outside of the context that you're in, I think you'll see it. It's a nice try, Lauren. Oh, it's trying to keep me down. Push me down. And I get up again. You're never ever gonna keep me down. You can't. Oh, we can push you down. No, you can't. That's what I say. All those people out there trying to push me down all the time. That marker is maybe Dunzo. Dunzo Funzo. Trying to find a nice, happy, medium-sized one. He said Dark Hoffman terrorizes young artists and makes them rethink their life choices. Oh, sounds pretty accurate. It sounds pretty accurate. That's what happened to some people today. Ooh. In fact, Kira talked about that. Kira Cohen, who goes by Comet Fall Studios, mentioned that. Sorry, I'm shaking a Posca marker here. Mentioned that we said, "Oh, don't go into concept art. Go into picture books, or not picture, but into publishing." And they were a little bit heartbroken originally when we said that, because they had their hopes and dreams crushed right there in front of them. And then now they're happy with the fact they chose publishing. But I could understand how, if you thought you were going into concept art and then someone came along and said, your work looks more like this, you should do this, that it can be a little bit challenging. But that's when Dark Hoffman came in. I actually don't even think that was me that said that, but it was probably that mean Corinne Reed that said that one. There's my waves. There's just extra paper there. It'll get cut off eventually if you want to see it. Love Kira's work. Yes, bought a print from them. We vended at the art market. How was the Renaissance art market thing? I saw some pictures, but I don't know, like, there wasn't a full blown, like, here's how it all went down. Was it actually like the Renaissance? Oh man. Cool. Could you throw tomatoes at someone who's making fun of you? Because that's what it was about. I've been here, but it still had so much fun. It did rain a little bit. Ooh. Hopefully stuff was in plastic baggies or baggies. Look at this coinage there. What was I going to do? There was something I was going to do here. I don't remember what it was. There's my eraser. Eraser. There's my eraser. Just soften up that little shadow that's there. Put a little pizzazz from that one. Okay, yeah, you had your print and sleeves. Good. That's the way to roll. Okay, let me just get that's a bad one. Let's try that one again. You have there cat. Let's go like that and come back with a little bit. Let's get that white out. Let's take these teeth's a little harder. White. Let's get out that red wine. Run across these stripes and have some more irregularities in them. Color there. Oh, you know what I was going to do? I was going to make a little have to wait for this to dry. It's going to be a little pirate, a little skull and crossbones. Cepeda Arsamabs, SCPIDAARESABZ. What kind of paper am I using? I'm using tracing paper. So it's just plain old tracing paper with some pigment painted on it and then cut, and somewhat transparent. So if I put something light on top of something dark, you can see a little bit of dark through it. I don't know if you can see that there on screen, but there's little subtle variations in it. It's just the paper that makes sense to me. May not be for everybody, but it's Sepida. Okay. There we go. Thank you. As I massacre the name there. Come on, Pigment. You can do this. You got this, baby. Let's see if I can figure that up at all. Not a problem. Still waiting for the scene. There's a little pirate flag. Foxglove illustration. How many hours can you paint and draw extensively in a day? Sorry, I just swallowed wrong. I mean, if I'm on deadline, then I can probably go a longer time, but I don't like going for more than like 4 to 5 hours, maybe something like that, in a stretch, just because, I don't know, I get worn out, and I need breaks, anyway. And so that 4 to 5 range is where I feel sort of comfortable. So I like to get illustrations done or spreads done as much as possible in that time frame. And so like tonight I've been going since 8, but I started this one over because I wasn't happy with where it was originally. I don't even know if I still have the board yet. I probably do somewhere. Oh, it's down here. This is what I started with. Hold on. I'll show you. So it's fine, but just the color wasn't very good. And so like it was let me scrap this thing and start on a more exciting color palette. And so that's where we ended up with this lovely pirate who has come to play. And let's see, I have other, trying to see, are these the same yellow? Yellow and yellow, yeah, I guess they are. Hola, soy Navata. I don't, let me see, Ahorita llores Fritos Libre for it? I'm not 100%, I don't speak fluent enough Spanish to be able to understand what that says. My wife might be able to translate for me, but I mean, hola, yo soy, I am something, I live in the city of Los Mochis in something in part of Mexico. I think I'm getting there. I mean, the ciudad is the city de Los Mochis in Sinaloa. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm almost there with you. But unfortunately, I'm not good with languages, so bear with me if a little yellow, dabs of yellow. And these coins just to jazz them up a tiny bit. Break some of those colors. There we go. Let's get the black marker. There we go. Clean up edges on the coins that are in the treasure chest. I feel like you should be saying something like mine or something of the sort. Found. I think it needs like some little snippet. Do I do any warm-up exercise before jumping in? I'll show you what I did for the sketch on this, but generally I don't. Generally I just start making. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. Tonight, this was the original sketch of a pirate that I had, which is kind of fun too. But like I like his leg here, and I like the hat, and there was a parrot, but it didn't have much going on in it, so I redrew it, and it became this. And I still like the shapes in this one maybe a little bit better, but there were pigs there for some reason. I wanted pig pirates, and they sort of got dropped from this just for time. But there's some fun elements in this. I wonder if I should put like some little like silhouettes of people back here. So it's like there's a bunch of them and he's secretly hiding or putting this stuff down in a spot. But no, I don't really do a ton of like proper practice beforehand. I like to just play. So on something like this, is just primarily play. Sort of figuring it out as I go is the best way to describe it. I should probably actually also do this just to break up. Some of these boards. Where is mine? There it is. There we go. Let's see. I feel like I'm in fine-tuning mode now. Getting down to the wire. There is, I have a color that I absolutely love, and I need to get another version of this colored pencil because I blast through it so fast. It is, it's so small generally because I go through it too fast. Or did I throw it in this one? Maybe I threw it in this one. Let me see. I don't see it. Gotta be down here somewhere. It's gotta be small. That's the problem. Oh, is that it? Nope, that's not it. Which is a very, very bright. There it is. I found it. It is whatever color this is. I need to get another one of these. This is. Oof. I don't know, crimson neon or something like that. Orange neon. It's such a good color because it's like crazy bright. Adds a good punch with some of the colors in here. Gives some good texture and stuff. Okay. I think we're nearing the end, folks. If anybody has any last minute questions, otherwise I think I'm gonna wrap this sucker up. If anybody has any ideas of Something super simple I can add to this. It'll make a difference. This is a mess on my desk here. There it is. He says, "All right, sir, I'm going to go head out now. Pretty tired. And have a good, have a good live and night, Mark. Thank you." RC Paper Cat, a last minute loving this video. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Gonna put in like some little finishing touches here. Try to get this thing as close to finished as I can. Let's see, just for the sake of argument, if I did. Did something back there that would do that. I don't know. That's iffy. That's what it is. Jazzy bits of color. Okay, that may be it for the night. Let's see. Foxglove's illustration says, "Where do you find inspiration to create a story in your picture?" Well, this one doesn't have much of a story. It's just a pirate. Originally, it was going to be a pirate pointing where he wanted his treasure buried, and pigs burying it, but I just don't have the time for it tonight. But generally, it's sort of, is there a way to add, thinking about story and building story, thinking about ways to add some little bit of before and after, in a way, I think generally helps make a story work. In a case like this, if this were in a book, I'd probably want to have something else on a spread that would help sell, or make this a full spread that cuts across, and there's some other story that happens over here, or a vignette that helps build into this. But for the most part, I don't think there's like a set standard that I generally go with. Most of the time I'm just looking for, like, is there a fun shape, or is there a story that is simple? Like, I don't think they have to be complex stories. I don't think you have to go and say, like, you have to have this whole world built or anything of the sort. It can literally just be hey, it would be fun to have this character doing a silly action, and then you can sort of cast a world around it. In most cases, when I do this kind of stuff, it's literally like, I'm going to put these, this is a better color to do this. So there's some other pirates in the distance back here. We're like pointing at them. A little subtle. A little subtle touch there at the end. He's not being very discreet in where he's burying his coinage in a case like this. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any like little fun snippets that make a story element for me. I mean, for the most part, it's just I find some little fun play on a word or a play on a character, and so like, you know, I also, one of the things I love is like twisted proportions, and so like having this big long arm that doesn't make any sense, I think is kind of fun. And then can I make that pronounced in a way? And so this sort of like pointing down and this length, I think is kind of fun. The arm hair is kind of fun too. He's got this weird sort of dashed arm hair. Not much of a story there though, to be honest. Okay, I think that's it. I think I need to wrap. Let me clean up a little bit of this mess, and then I will finish for the night and go to bed. And then I have meetings tomorrow that I have to deal with, and we'll leave it at that. Again, if people did not get a chance to see the beginning of the night, go back and watch, because I had Tom Booth, who is an amazing illustrator. He's done a variety of picture books, is working currently on a video game that he is producing with a partner in crime that just got announced who the publisher is of the game. That's going to be, it sounded like it was going to be on maybe a multiple platforms, but they just released the trailer today with that announcement of who the publisher is. I don't remember off the top of my head who it was, but if you go look it up, it's you go to Tom Will Tell, like TOMWILLTELL on Instagram. There's the trailer, I believe, is posted there. I just poked my finger with a razor blade. Cool. It's pretty awesome. The trailer for it, but the game is called Pine. So give yourself a chance to go check that out. Just make sure I don't seriously stab my finger there. I think I'm good. It's called I Got a Hidden Blade. Right there, and that got in the way. So, other than that, we're going to wrap this for the night. I'm going to try to clean up real quick here some of the bits and pieces that I have. And I will do a little sign off. Next week we have on Erica Sarodich on Thursday the 2nd? I believe the 2nd. Erica Sarodich is going to be on, who does really, really cute sort of lift the flat books, as well as picture books, and sort of a designy illustrator that does somewhat flat, but not necessarily always flat, but really crisp, like character design work. And so we'll have her on to chat with us, and so you can join in at that point, and we will have a lovely little chat, as we usually do, with Erica, and talk all about her life and her road. We both are actually with the same agent. I've been a fan of hers for a long time, and we'll finally get to digitally meet. So other than that, y'all go have a lovely evening, and I will see you next week. And that's it for the night. Here, let me zoom in. That's it for the night. Oh yeah, you really can't see that color of the nose on this screen. It doesn't show up, but in the light it really does. It just sort of disappears on the lighting that's here. So other than that, y'all go have a lovely evening, and I'll see you next week. Bye.